playing right now.
It's the intro.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to drop off and take a bite of my sandwich. Sorry, guys.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, how are you, Norman?
Good, you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Hi, Norman.
Good.
Hello. Hi, David. How are you?
Bonjour, Norman.
Bonjour.
Norman, good to see you.
Yeah.
Comment ça va aujourd'hui?
Backache, knee aches. It probably goes with the weather. You know, when it gets cold, the old bones and the old joints gets a little rough again.
Uh,
But otherwise, I'm all right.
Hey, Scott, you've got the I on the wrong side of the V.
what's
Yeah.
that?
You got the
Oh, I
eye on
sure
the wrong
did.
side.
I sure did. Let me fix that. I can. We're going back in time. Here we go. There we go. Save.
Okay.
Fixed.
I saw, Scott, that you have Alain Maury tonight.
Yeah, Alain is going to be on tonight. He's
All
supposed to
right.
be anyway, so he will.
That's great.
He's
Direct from Chile.
direct from Chile. From
Yes.
it's the
Yeah, I
Atacama. Is that right? How you pronounce it? Atacama?
Atacama.
Atacama Desert.
Atacama. Atacama.
Atacama. Yep.
Yeah, I met him. I was telling Scott this earlier. I went down to his
Oh, yeah.
Atacama Lodge down there last summer.
Yeah.
Chile.
Did you see the 45-inch mirror?
I did. I was we were the first ones to look through it after he had got the.
Oh, you made it. I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
yeah. So
I never observed with that thing.
oh man, yeah. So he had just like it wasn't. He needed to move the eyepiece. He needed to move the focuser around a bit, and so
Okay.
it wasn't collimated yet.
Okay.
But we were the first ones to look through it at first sight.
Wow.
So that was extremely exciting.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, it was cool. We looked at the Tarantula Nebula, of course.
Of
So
course.
that was phenomenal.
Wow.
Yeah, I used his 24-inch and his 27-inch as well while we were down there,
Yeah.
and did a ton of astrophotography and had a great time.
What a spot, eh?
Yeah, it was incredible, and we went in the summertime, so the Milky Way was up high.
Wow.
I got the best view, hands down, of Jupiter I've ever seen because it was literally like at zenith.
Wow.
It was incredible.
I bet. God.
So yeah, I'm planning on going back down there at some point.
Well, I have to. I have to.
Yeah, I've got some friends who want to come too.
Mhm.
That's a nice problem to have, to be
Should
under the
make
best
a
sky in the
should all
world.
go down there and have a global star party from there.
Yes.
I am on board with
How do
this.
you guys think?
I'm in.
You're in. Okay.
I'm in
Alright.
too.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Mhm. Yeah.
Because it's frustrating to work almost a year on this mirror. It's a 45-inch mirror that I did, and
Wow.
I never observed with it. So it's
It is
frustrating.
the largest telescope in South America for use by amateur astronomers.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's something.
And the blank comes. It's not one of my blanks. It comes from United States. It was a blank that was supposed to go into a satellite for a survey or whatever, spying or I don't know. And it was made of ULE, ultra low expansion ceramic. Beautifully made, very lightweight, and the focal length wasn't right for visual, so I changed the focal length. I grind it all up and I repolish and refigure it and coat it. And then when Alain heard about it, he said, "I want that baby. I want that mirror now." So he got the staff engineer from the big observatory in Chile there to make and design the structure for his telescopes. And yeah, it's been a long time, almost 4 or 5 years now. And you just started this year to do the observing with it. So can't wait to go down there and observe with it.
Yeah, I'll be happy to go back now that it's now that he's presumably he's mostly finished it, got
Yeah.
it collimated and stuff. So
Mhm.
yeah, I'd be happy to look through it again when it's all kind of finished.
Mhm. Yep.
I have got Jupiter and Saturn here in the same view.
Oh,
On
yeah?
my-
Right now?
Yeah, right now.
Cool.
Let me.
I'm seeing it from here.
I made a space Christmas tree for the sun's about to fall off. I made it this far.
Yeah, if we don't have Elaine, you may have to step in. Libby, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good.
Hi, Libby. It's David here.
We can't see you, David. You're in the dark.
No, it's very dark out here. I'm outside in a very
Okay.
dark sky.
Okay. Now over here in Canada, it's well near Montreal. It's all cloudy, and it's about minus 10 degrees Celsius. It's probably around 20 degrees or 15 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Well, it's about the same temperature here, but there are just a few little cirrus clouds. Other than that, the sky is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Okay. And Gary Palmer is taking the night off because he's been working his butt off. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Need to scoot that over just a smidge.
We should have Cesar on tonight, and Rodrigo. Should be clear in Chile tonight. So,
Yes.
yeah.
All right, there we go. Let me share my screen here.
Yeah.
There we go. um, Jupiter is here, and Saturn, you can probably barely see it, is here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna up my. Actually, let me just adjust the histogram here.
Hey, Scott, can you hear me?
Yes.
We
I'm
can
on
all hear
Facebook.
you.
I'm on
that?
Facebook, and I don't see the Restream bot traffic. Which one should I look at to see the comments from everyone?
I go to YouTube.
Okay.
Our channel on
Okay.
YouTube. You'll see it all, or you can see it all. You can see it all mixed together on Twitch and YouTube.
Okay, so I won't use Facebook. Thank you. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you'll just see Facebook if you do Facebook.
It's almost time.
Yeah. It's so nice to have so many of you tonight because I know it's getting close to the holidays and
Mm-hmm.
people are shopping and doing all that they do. But I wonder if people, well, I know for a fact most people have done some of their shopping online, you know. Retail store sales, you know, just in a brick and mortar type of store, dropped by 50% over last year, you know, from the Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales.
Yeah.
But .com sales saw an increase of over 20%.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of online shopping this year with COVID.
I don't know if you get any from my customer that I sent over to you, Scott, because many people in Canada call me up for a beginner's telescope. And of course, I don't do beginner's telescopes, so I refer you to Explore
Oh.
Scientific. So I don't know if some of them called you up.
Well, you can.
That's a good reference.
I can
That's a
hook you
very
up,
good
dude.
reference.
I can hook you up, no problem.
No, but I did hook you up with a lot of people that call me for beginner's telescopes and smaller instruments that I don't make. So maybe you
You
got
really
some.
don't have room for putting in any more into your shop, you
No,
know.
There's
no.
Perseus,
No.
David, you can see just over there.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's getting dark out there, David.
Yeah.
yeah, it is. You probably can't even see me now.
No.
A little. I could see some of the horizon, you know.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll use David's light. Um,
We have a little coming up. We have a video from Goddard Media of the sun coming up, so it's going to be pretty
Right.
nice. I always like to have some sort of little documentary type video.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Wow.
Isn't that beautiful?
Awesome.
I was right. Jeez. Ay, caramba.
Wow.
Check this out. It's like a tidal wave coming.
Whew.
Hmm.
Huh.
Jeff Wise says large solar activity predicted for Thursday. Aurora down to Oregon.
Attention, all ham radio operators, at least HF ones.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd say solar minimum's over.
Yep.
I know. Been rough.
I certainly agree with that.
Wow, this is beautiful.
Unreal.
Joe Bergeron says, I've always liked the sun for some reason. Me too.
Yeah.
There they are.
There they are. And here we are. We are live here with the 26th Global Star Party. It might be actually be the 27th because we did some, we did two kind of Global Star Party type programs last weekend. We had Mount Wilson Observatory, which was really kind of a special star party, a lot of fun. We got to go through the telescopes and see live views through the 60-inch telescope, so that was beautiful. But we didn't have astronomers from around the world, so I can't really quite call that a global star party. But it was from someplace on the globe, so there you go. So it's either the 26th or 27th. I'm calling it the 26th. So here we go. And Alain Maury, how are you?
Doing fine. Just came
Good.
back from the dome.
Back from the dome.
I
Okay.
guess.
Bonjour, Alain. Comment ça va ce soir?
Bonsoir for me.
Ça va très bien.
Bon. Salut, Alain.
Ah,
Oh,
ah, ça, je connais l'accent là. Ouais,
L'accent québécois, quoi.
ouais, absolutamente, absolutely. Uh, I still observed with your mirror yesterday. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
fun.
they were, they were talking about that earlier in the program.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
So we have with us, if you're watching this, and if it does look kind of the same of what I see.
Yeah.
We've got Richard Grace on the top left there. Richard is also known as the Astro Beard. We've got the Astro Beard. That's right. Jason Gonzell, the Vast Reaches. I think actually everybody should have a nickname, and if they're going to be on the Global Star Party. Bob Denny. I don't know what Bob's nickname might be, but I'll just call him Bob Denny. Myself, Scott Roberts, Jerry Hubble's on, Dave Eicher, chief editor in chief from Astronomy Magazine, Libby and the Stars, student here in Arkansas, space enthusiast, David Levy. There in a black rectangle square. He's actually out under the stars right now as we speak, and that's the reason why it looks black. We got Chuck Allen from the Astronomical League, Molly Wakeling, the Astronomolly, Norman Fulham, and
Goes to Astronorm, usually.
Astronorm. Okay,
Yeah, Astronorm.
is that your nickname? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. And then Elaine Maury. Elaine's all the way down in Chile, and so we'll get started with David Levy because he's probably anxious to get at the eyepiece. And can you see all right, David?
I can see you. Yeah, very well. Can you see
Okay.
me?
We just see a black square. I see a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take this to speaker
See
view.
your
You
ear
can see
now.
your
in red
ear.
light.
Yep.
Right?
Now
So,
I can see your face.
Yeah, we can kind of see you now with the red light.
Okay. What I am doing right now, right this second, is I am looking through my telescope Minerva. I think it's hard to see it. I'm trying to show it to you, but I don't know if you're able to see it in the darkness. But I'm looking through it right now, and I can see Io, Europa, Ganymede, Callisto, and Titan, and Jupiter and Saturn in the same field of view.
Wow.
wow.
Right now, in the very same field of view using a 20 millimeter eyepiece. It is really absolutely
That's
spectacular.
cool.
This will be the closest on the 21st, coming up in a couple of weeks,
Yeah.
will be the closest that David has his light on me a little bit. Maybe you can see me a little bit better now. But this will be the closest Jupiter and Saturn will be together, the closest great conjunction since the year 1623. And in that year, Shakespeare came out with his first folio. It was like 7 years after he died, but his publishers got together and they said, we've got to put out an issue of all his plays, and that's what they did. You're also asking for nicknames tonight, and I have one for you, but I don't think you want to use it publicly, but I'll give it to you anyway. It's one I came up with when I was at the Hebrew University.
Okay.
And the name is David Shakespeare.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've heard of that. And while we're here, I would like to introduce you to a good friend of mine.
Sure.
And his name, you might want to shine the light on yourself.
Okay.
His name is David Rossiter.
I don't have a nickname. Hi, everybody.
Hi, David. We'll make one up for you. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. And now let's put it there.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
Whoop.
Yeah.
That is the famous handshake that my dad introduced us to. I remember when he first started it with me, it was decades before coronavirus.
Mm-hmm.
And we just do that and just laugh very loud. It was very funny to do. He never told me why it was so funny, but it was funny and we enjoyed doing that. And so I'm out here tonight at the Chiricahua Astronomy Complex with David Rossiter. Whereas
Awesome.
here, David has a 12-inch telescope. You may want to shine your light on it so the group around the world
I
could
don't know,
see
it's not
it.
a very bright light, big astronomy and all.
Yeah, it's not a bright light, but it is a 12-inch telescope named Archimedes, and he built it on principle. Sorry, nobody gets that, Chuck. I keep on saying
I
it.
get it.
Nobody gets it.
I get
Okay,
it.
one person gets it. You win the prize of the day. And
That's
it's
funny.
really a beautiful, beautiful night. The cirrus clouds are about a fifth of what they were an hour ago. It looks like it's going to be completely clear. So we're looking forward to some good observing, even though it's pretty cold. And next Tuesday's Global Star Party, I'll be back in the east wing of our home where I usually am. So tonight, if I'm going to do a poem or a quote of some sort, it's going to have to be from memory. And here it goes. The
Okay.
quote tonight is from Stephen Crane. And here it is. A man said to the universe, "Sir, I exist." "However," replied the universe, "the fact does not create in me a sense of obligation." I think it's interesting that the universe actually had the good sense to answer to the man who said, "Sir, I exist." But I think the answer was appropriate. The universe doesn't really have a reason to care that any of us exist, but we do exist. And the reason we all know that is that of all the things in out there, Jupiter and Saturn in the same field, and the telescopes, and this beautiful land, this beautiful state of Arizona, this beautiful planet, of the only and all the solar system and stars and galaxies, the Great Wall, and everything out there, as far out as we can see in the observable universe. The interesting thing about it is that of all that, and perhaps more, there is only one of each of us. We are unique, and we're the only ones that are gifted somehow with the ability to go outside, look up at the sky, and say to the universe, "Sir," or "Ma'am, I exist." And we do.
You do.
And
We
on
do.
on that note, I'm going to give back to Scotty. Thanks, Scotty.
Okay. Thank you very much, David. Uh, you guys
Very
have a
nice.
great time under the skies there in
Yeah.
Arizona. So that's awesome.
We will try that. We'll be home probably around midnight or a little earlier.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
nice.
I promised Elaine we would, in between talks, we would take 5-minute peeks under the
Yeah.
sky, under the stars. And so Elaine is, you can tell he's out there in Chile in his home. And
Yeah, in my bed. Okay, here we are. About the same thing. Okay, so you see the screen? Yeah. So this is taken with my one of the Raza that I have. Guess what? Same field of view.
Yeah.
So here you have Jupiter. Sorry, Saturn. Here you have Jupiter,
you're
the
getting
ghost
close.
of Jupiter. But then, first thing first, 1623. Indeed, Saturn and Jupiter were slightly closer, but they were 13 degrees from the sun. So I doubt everybody saw it.
Wow.
Yeah.
People, tell me 1623. I say okay, and then I looked, and it was basically during the day, and so the time before was 12:26.
12:26. That's a
Yeah.
little, yeah. So
Yeah, I was
that's,
Anyway,
confused by there was
100
multiple
year.
numbers.
either way, it's more than a lifetime.
Oh yeah.
You know?
I hope not, but it might be. So anyway, I took this image a while ago because right now it would be like very, very low.
Yeah.
So you have the two largest planets in the solar system. Then I took the adjacent field, which I'm sometime going to be able to move. Then you zoom like crazy because I made an identification beforehand. And you see that star that has a circle around it.
Mhm.
The red circle,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the largest asteroid in the solar system,
Oh,
or like David would call it, the smallest planet.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's the largest asteroid. So this is Pluto, and they are basically in the same zone of the field.
wow.
And this may be a track by some Elon Musk, or I don't know.
Yeah,
You're right.
it's
The
Tesla.
sports car.
So I took a picture a while ago, well, several months ago, where Jupiter and Pluto were in the same field of view. And so, well, I'll intervene. I'll make some more pictures a bit later. So it
Okay.
was
Thank you.
the same thing, a different view.
Thanks, Alain. Thanks, Alain.
Okay.
Merci, Alain.
All right. So coming up next year, we will we'll bring up David Eicher. David and I were talking earlier this afternoon, and I was letting him know that we had a 90-minute chat with Alan Stern, principal investigator of the New Horizons mission, and he was very giving of his time, answered lots of questions and stuff. But of course, we talked a lot about Pluto, and David Eicher's talk tonight is about Pluto. So I'll give you the stage, David.
It is
Good
indeed.
transition, huh?
Thank you, Scott. And tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about the age-old question, is Pluto a planet? And of course, anyone can decide this any way they like. As we know, it was discovered by our friend Clyde Tombaugh in 1930. I want to be very careful here and precise in what I'm saying because it's a controversial subject and we've had a completely non-controversial year. So I want to get this straight here. But so for 76 years, Pluto was considered a planet, of course. Then came the International Astronomical Union. At a 2006 meeting in Prague, many of you, of course, know this, IAU astronomers voted to demote Pluto, quote unquote, to dwarf planet status, taking it out of the status as the 9th planet in the solar system. They focused really on 3 criteria to define what makes a major planet. Number 1, a planet orbits the sun. Number 2, a planet is massive enough to exist in hydrostatic equilibrium, that is, it's spherical. Number 3, a planet has cleared the neighborhood of smaller bodies within its orbit. According to the IAU astronomers, Pluto satisfied the first 2 criteria, but the last was in question. It did not. So they very generously gifted Pluto with an asteroid designation, which is 134340 Pluto, and it was eventually termed a dwarf planet, of course.
David, I don't mean to interrupt you real quick. I just had a
Interrupt
question. When it says it cleared its field of planets, that Pluto didn't do that, then neither did Neptune.
Well, I'm going to get to that. You're Gary, you are right on the mark, buddy. There's a story behind this here.
That's what I'm curious about.
Several other
they said, right?
as well. Yeah, including the one we're standing on. But I'll get to that shortly. Okay. But first, of course, came heartbreak from the school children spread all over the world who wept in their milk and couldn't go on virtually, hearing what had happened to Pluto. And maybe it's in part was largely in America because it was a very American discovery, if you will. Nothing of that stature in astronomy had been discovered in the United States before. Maybe it was because of the Disney character too. But for whatever reason, school children around the globe went ballistic hearing about this. To exacerbate the hard feelings, of course, another colleague and friend, Caltech's Mike Brown, who is the leader, of course, of an asteroid discovery team that has turned up very many interesting objects, wrote a book called How I Killed Pluto and Why It Had It Coming, just to make the kids feel better. Okay. You know, this is all about, as we'll end with, the story of Pluto is the story of a planet with a big heart. We'll get to that in a moment, as you know. So in New York, just to throw more gasoline onto the controversy, our pal at the Rose Center for Earth and Space, our pal Neil Tyson, took Pluto out of the new and rebuilt exhibit that focuses on the planets and put it with the small bodies of the solar system, the asteroids and the comets. And that was too much. The New York school children went crazy. So at this point, just in terms of fair disclosure, I don't know, is David still with us? Out in the hinterland?
Left. Might have left already. Yeah, he's
Okay, well, I can
he's
embarrass
locked in
you
under
out.
the sky there. Yeah.
I can talk freely then without him being here. But I was hoping you would see this, but
He's probably
but
watching this.
I'm sorry, Scott.
He's probably watching.
I have to say, in terms of full disclosure, I knew Clyde near the end of his life quite well, as some others of you did as well. It was David who introduced me to Clyde, and we spent quite a number of nights under the stars here and there observing. He was an incredible guy. He was very funny. Of course, at this time very late in his life, he was very small and hunched over, and his appetite for launching puns, however, was absolutely undiminished. He would, you'd be talking about lunch, in a chicken salad sandwich, and he would throw a pun out, and it was so bad. And he would do this about every 2 minutes with a pun, and you'd have to just say, "Oh God, Clyde," and just moan, but he was a master, very clever guy. But he was also silly. And as you may know, David Levy is silly as well. And so here I show some evidence here of, this is a sketchbook that I used to draw lots of deep sky objects and comets and things in the old days. I had this at the Texas Star Party one year, and I couldn't find it. And I was trying to make some drawings with a large Dobsonian telescope that was there in the early year. This was the mid 80s, more or less. And David and Clyde and I were observing there with some of these galaxies and so on. So we couldn't find the book anywhere. And finally, Clyde stands up. We had folding chairs out near the telescopes. Clyde stands up and goes, "Oh, I was sitting on the book." And so, of course, to be silly, he wrote, "I sat on this book," and signed it Clyde W. Tombaugh, 29 May 1987. David, never to be outdone, wrote, "It was my chair, David H. Levy." And I wrote, "It's my book, Dave Eicher," with the book. So I don't know if you can see that there. But
That's just fantastic.
Inscribed by Clyde Tombaugh and observational ne'er-do-wells who were hanging around with him there. So I have to say that I have a fondness in my heart for Clyde and also for Lowell Observatory, which I'm on the board of advisors for. But that nonetheless, we can look at this story objectively too, and you can come down any way you like, of course, on it. But the Pluto argument, of course, comes down, it hinges on that last technicality, clearing its orbit. Jerry, you hit it, man. Okay, I'm going to mention now planetary scientist Alan Stern. Scott, you talked to him today. He makes the points that a house is a house, regardless of where it lies. At 40 AU, at the orbital distance of Pluto, Earth would not clear its orbit of smaller bodies.
Right.
Earth would not have been formed.
Excuse me?
Earth would not have been formed there because there is not enough material.
Well, but planets.
The argument is not valid.
And by the way, this is not a audience participation thing. I'll get to questions afterward. Thank you. But it's good to see you, pal, Elaine. So if it had existed at 40 AU, if it were in a different place, which is what the point of the sentence is, Earth would not clear its orbit of smaller bodies. So would Earth then not be classified as a planet? Moreover, in 2010, astronomers discovered the first Earth Trojan asteroid, 2010 TK7, and a second associated asteroid, 3753 Cruithne in an overlapping horseshoe orbit. So our planet doesn't even clear its orbit where it is
Where it
now.
is. Mm-hmm.
Moreover, 5 Trojan asteroids of Mars are known, 9 associated with Neptune, and Jupiter, of course, has a substantial population of the namesake Trojan asteroids, as well as the Hilda group of asteroids in orbital resonance. So the whole argument to demote Pluto in 2006, made by astronomers, Alan Stern would argue, and not planetary scientists, by the way, there's a distinction, falls apart according to many planetary scientists. The definition, they would say, is sloppy, vague, and ill-conceived. Thanks to the New Horizons mission, regardless of whether you say Pluto is a planet or an asteroid or a dwarf planet, whatever you like to call it, we now have an incredible look, thanks to New Horizons, at the Pluto system, which is very interesting. It's much more active geologically than anyone had anticipated. We think that there may be subsurface, very salt, briny oceans even, which is exciting. And we know that the system of small moons at Pluto probably formed from a large impact, which produced Charon as well as the smaller moons in similar fashion, perhaps, to Earth's large impact, we believe, that created the moon. So it's a very, very interesting place. You can call it any way you like. In the end, whether it's a planet or a dwarf planet, well, dwarf planets are planets too. So it really doesn't matter. But there are some inconsistencies with the way it has been discussed and defined over the last better than a decade. So it's something for us to think about. But again, you can decide any way you like on this question. Pluto doesn't care. It's an interesting place. And
yeah, Pluto doesn't care.
The first good close-up look at it, fortunately now, because of the flyby of New Horizons. And we know that it's going to be an interesting place to go back to if we ever get politicians interested in science in a big way in the future ever again.
Thank you.
So now you can disagree and bring up questions and so on if you'd like.
I have, I put out there in the audience, I asked the audience what do they believe, you know? Here's an answer.
I can give the antithesis of all this.
Okay.
One of the episodes that was missed is that when it came time to name asteroid 10,000, Brian Marsden suggested we name Pluto asteroid 10,000. And again, there was like a lot of people were upset with the idea that asteroid 10,000 Pluto would be like that. The IAU has been criticized a lot, but I know the way it works, and it worked correctly. One of the first things is that you remember that the trans-Neptunian belt is called the Kuiper belt, and of course it should not. Kuiper in the 50s predicted there would be an asteroid belt much further away than Pluto, because at the time they thought Pluto was a planet, it had the mass of the Earth, and so on and so on. Julio Fernandez in the 60s is an Uruguayan astronomer, a very, very nice person, made a paper and predicted there would be a trans-Neptunian belt. Okay. Mike Brown, of course, wrote this book and so on and so on. The person who really demoted, if you want to use demoted Pluto, is Julio Fernandez. What happened is that the IAU, before the General Assembly, elected a committee to define what is a planet, because clearly that was a problem that was going to happen. You had like a huge number of trans-Neptunian asteroids. A lot of them had the same property as same dynamical property as Pluto, meaning it's in resonance with Neptune. The committee was, I think, I don't remember. There was Rick Binzel, Owen Gingerich, Ewan Williams, and a British Andre Braic, and a Japanese guy, I forgot the name. And they came up with this idea of hydrostatic equilibrium, and the idea that everything larger than 1,000 kilometer would be called a planet, everything smaller would be an asteroid. The main problem is, and that's the point, you cannot measure the diameters of these objects easily.
Right.
Even
Yeah.
Pluto, which is the largest one, the biggest one, we measured it correctly. Well, what happened? I'm one of the co-authors of the publication. We observed Pluto a lot with occultation, and the problem was if the atmosphere is stratified or not stratified, the diameter changes a little bit. But basically, we published a paper before the flyby, and it turns out that New Horizon found the same diameter as us. New Horizon is very good. But you see,
Well done.
the biggest asteroid, we took like 70 years to find the correct estimation of the diameter. Eris was about the same thing. Mike Brown believed that it was between 3,000, 5,000 kilometers using Spitzer Space Telescope, HST, and so on and so on. We observed, I mean, we were two. There was a group at La Silla, and I was here with a 20-inch telescope. We observed an occultation, and we got the diameter slightly smaller than Eris. So the largest asteroids are very hard to measure. When you have an asteroid which is like 1,000 kilometers, it may be 1,300, 700. And basically, the idea is that you cannot use the diameter as a parameter to define what is a planet, what is an asteroid.
Yeah.
If you measure, I mean, if you do it correctly, you will see if you put inclination and then mass, because a planet is a massive object. I mean, in our mind, you will see that you have the 8 planets and then a lot of asteroids, and Pluto is just in the pack of asteroids. So for many people, it's just an asteroid. The problem is this one. Imagine you have a group of people and you try to select which are which. But then on the criteria like the blood group, you can just not look at the people and say, oh, this is A plus, this is O, this is... No, you cannot measure it. So you cannot classify things using parameters you cannot measure. You are not able to measure. Of course, there are the very, very small ones. So everybody will agree that a 50-kilometer object, if it's 120, is an asteroid. You have the very big one. So you could argue that Pluto is an asteroid, Eris is an asteroid, is a planet, sorry, Omea is a planet. But then you have like 10,000 of objects in between that you cannot classify because you don't have a precise measurement. And that was the idea. So the people of the committee, of the IAU committee, arrived at the commission of the IAU General Assembly. There are very few moments where everybody is together. So there is like a room where there are the cosmologists, another where there are the quasar people, the stellar people, and there is a room where there are like small bodies people. Of course, all of them rejected the definition that the group at the IAU group had come up with.
Yeah.
Because it's idiotic. You cannot measure. The only thing you can measure correctly, basically, is the orbit. And that was it. That's why it was rejected. And the bad thing is, very hastily they made a new definition and so on. I agree that the third law, if you want, cleared its orbit is not very clean. But in a way, it's clean because the Trojan asteroids are there and they are there to stay. So it's clean. When you have an Earth-crossing asteroid, normally you can say that in the next 5 million years, the thing is going to go away. So that was basically the idea. And then some people were very upset. So they very hastily created the dwarf planet category, which is, that's the only point with which I agree with Mr. Stern, which is that this is a stupid category. What happened is that we went from an epoch where a planet was Mercury, Venus, the Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. It was a list of objects. There was no physical definition. Then the astronomers came up with a nice definition of planet, which you may or may not agree. It could be changed or not, and so on and so on. and then dwarf planets, which have absolutely no definition. A dwarf planet is Pluto, Eris, Haumea, Orcus, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then we don't know. Mike Brown, if you Google Mike Brown and DPS, Division of the Planetary Science, he has a web page where he keeps all the trans-Neptunian objects, and it's a very interesting page because basically you see that it's a mess. So it's really not.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was my point of view, of course.
Sure. Well,
and Mike Brown's email is plutokiller@caltech.edu.
Yes.
That is fabulous.
Julio Fernandez is.
Mike is a friend, and I knew Brian Marsden well, and I grew up from teenage years knowing Rick Binzel. So it's a small group of people who are on multiple sides. But whatever we think about it, it's fun to talk about. And Elaine, I had one of the most fun nights of observing of my entire life at your place there, and I hope to get back there soon.
I have to come back because with Norman's mirror, the 45-inch. Wow.
I was there before the 45-inch was there. It was maybe a decade ago. So I would love to come back and use that.
It was an astronomy magazine group.
That's right.
Maybe 6-7 years ago or something like this.
Yeah. But I think it was before the 45 was there.
Oh yeah, clearly the 45-inch. Well, I bought the mirror. What was it, like 4 or 5 years ago?
I think at least 4 years ago.
Yeah. It took 4 years to make because it's a lot of money. It's still not finished.
Well, not that much.
3 days, my son is coming from France, and in his suitcase he has the encoders. The motor is in Santiago. It's a big mess, and of course I don't have money right now.
I got to look through the 45-inch last summer.
Well,
no, it's really cool.
Underneath the best sky on Earth, and with that group of large telescopes you have there, that's in all seriousness, that's a place to go visit. Elaine, every astronomy enthusiast in the world should get down there. It is
highly recommend. It's got a sunflower field of telescopes.
Yeah. There's nothing that you can imagine that you'd like to look at that you can't look at under that sky and with those telescopes. You can look at anything you can think of. It's astonishing.
One of the good things here with the latitude we have is the Small Dipper is the only constellation we don't see.
Yep.
All the others can see more or less, and so we have a quite nice view. Anyway.
There's a question from chat, okay, and somebody would like to know: is the diameter of a planet essential to identify it as a planet? Is that one of the
in the sense that it's large enough to be spherical? Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Kind of.
More.
That's what you were saying.
Every answer to
That
all
kind
of
of,
these
Alain.
properties has to be followed by more or less.
Well, the thing is, you can find 100-kilometer asteroid which is spherical, but it will not be because of the pressure. Just like the shape is like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. The diameter is directly proportional to the mass, and the object is massive because there were a lot of asteroids there, a lot of material, and they collided to make the planet. That's why the argument, I didn't like the argument. If the Earth was in the Trans-Neptunian belt, it cannot, because it would never have been formed, and that's why there is no Earth there. Otherwise, it would be. Anyway.
All right.
What about Titan with an atmosphere? If it was located where Mars is, what would that be considered?
Titan from Saturn, you mean?
Yes.
It would have collided with Mars and make an even larger planet?
No, I mean, instead of if
But like you take Mars out, woo, whoop, like
take Mars out and switch it with Titan. What would that be considered?
A physical impossibility?
No, a satellite.
And there's also an element of human psychology here too. You know, it's
Oh,
not
big
an
time.
absolute. You know what I mean? If there were a relatively a among the biggest of the moon sizes planet that had been recognized for a long time, maybe in there physically, although it may be difficult or impossible to have been because of the accretion of bodies there. Maybe it would have been, but these are all, we could, scientists are not supposed to talk about counterfactuals and say what if, this and that.
But there is
Even
a
though we
thing
love
to
to do it.
understand, which is that Pluto was discovered in 1930, or said otherwise 1929 plus 1 year. There was no great news in the United States at the time.
Oh.
True. Yeah.
And Clyde Tombaugh became from like amateur astronomer to maybe the most well-known astronomer in the world, because there was this publicity and the fact that the journalists needed like to put a happy face a little bit to show that the United States was great. There is this thing with America, make great America.
Right.
Something
Quiet.
No politics.
No politics here.
I can't boost these programs if we get into politics. They shut them down. So no
I mean,
politics.
it's not a theme from like 2017. Already in 1930, during the Great Depression, the discovery of Pluto was really a very big event, as was, for example, the 200-inch mirror,
Yes.
because it helped people to believe in their country again. And in a way, it's a little bit like the so-called American dream, which is kind of a joke because, of course, everywhere in every country, maybe not North Korea, but in any regular country, if intelligent, hardworking people normally succeed much better than lousy idiot ones.
Yeah.
This is pretty
That's the
universal.
American dream.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that you had like a farm boy that then suddenly became the most well-known person. And there is a very affective situation with Pluto and the Americans.
It's a feel-good story in a terribly difficult era in not only the U.S. but in the whole world. Then, yeah.
Well, 1930 was cool compared to 1942. If you compare.
Yep.
Okay. While you guys are talking,
I might argue,
have
but-
Molly share her screen because she still has Saturn and Jupiter in the field. I'd like her to show it. So
Yeah, let me double check real quick.
Okay. And then we need to go to Libby.
All right. Okay. So this is the field through my Takahashi refractor. I know it's a little bit dim. Let me brighten this up just a smidge. We have Jupiter up here on the left and Saturn down here on the right. My camera's flipped around. But and I'll zoom in on these real quick just to prove it to you that those aren't too
Molly,
Prove it.
it looks like there's an unidentified, previously undiscovered planet between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no one's laughing at planet jokes anymore. Well, you're getting all serious on me now.
Everybody. That's right.
Here's Jupiter. Here
UFP.
Nice.
it's
Nice.
if I go all the way out here.
See some moons?
Yeah, and then I will go down to Saturn over here. There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, you can even see it has a shape to it.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Nice.
short focal length telescope, so
But
don't really
you
get
can
any-
see, you can
but
tell.
it's kind of oblong. So I don't think I'm quite in focus either. This telescope was very temperature dependent, and I had it focused earlier, and it probably drifted a little bit. But there they are. And by let's see, the week after that, on the 21st, they're going to be close enough to see together in my 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain with at native focal length at 2,000 millimeters. So that's going to be super cool, and I'm for sure going to be imaging that. And hopefully I'll have some cool images to show of that at the show.
Yeah. So we will have a December 21st global star party. So anybody that's interested in participating in that, definitely get in touch with me. We're planning to get people all the way from, well, Christopher Go in the Philippines, which would happen early our morning here in Arkansas. So I'll be doing live broadcasts maybe 2 or 3 times that day. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
I've got a couple of comments about the imaging of these two planets. They're going to be, I imagine they're going to be different in terms of brightness. Saturn's going to look really dim compared to Jupiter when you image it. So it's going to be interesting how people try to compensate for that.
I'm probably going to do like what I've done for when planets have been near the moon, is to just take 2 exposures without moving the telescope and put them together, which I know is cheesy, but it's the only way to see both of them.
No, but it's good to present both views, because then people understand that Saturn is a lot dimmer than Jupiter and it's farther away. So you have to demonstrate that somehow. I've got Mars right now on the MSRO. I can show that real quick for people.
Yeah.
Mars, we've been tracking Mars for a while, for the last few weeks, actually a couple months, and let's see here. So can you see it?
Oh yeah.
It's much diminished from what it was a few weeks ago when I was doing the same exact view, and you can see my seeing is not quite as good. And it's a gibbous phase now. You can tell that, and you can see some markings. But again, this is imaged with only 850 millimeter focal length, and it's a f5. So it's not really made for planetary, but again, you can still see some stuff.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share that real quick.
Thank you.
Great.
Before everybody gets too far away from the Pluto discussion, I just dug something up out of my archives. You guys want to see some amateur images of Pluto?
Sure.
Sure.
Share my screen here. You see this?
Yep.
All right. So this, like I said, I dug this up from the past, but this was actually 4 years ago. And I got into kind of an ad hoc collaboration with some friends on the Cloudy Nights forum, and we started imaging Pluto through the late summer, early fall, when it transitioned from retrograde to direct motion. So took a picture of the main star field and then sequentially imaged the planet over the course of a few months to put together an animation. And I'll play that for you here, because a lot of the conversation we were having about, Clyde Tombaugh and discovery of the planet, it's kind of reminiscent of maybe what he was seeing through the telescope as the days progressed. When you blink the images back and forth, you can see the movement. So I'll play this. I just thought it was kind of interesting. Went along with the conversation, so you can see the planet moving here through the days, and the dates in the lower corner.
Nice.
But I have then the observation dates and the names of the astronomer that observed it through those days. So all these images were taken, registered to the star field, and then overlaid on top of each other, so that we've got the concurrent observations with the different astronomers. And then what you see here is that the sky direction actually reverses, and I trace the path here with the arc over time. So I'll just pause it here, but this is from August 31st, 2016 through October 3rd. And the path of that, it traced through the sky, and that's just a curve drawn through the observations. And it was moving from the retrograde, reverse motion, and then going to direct motion at the end.
That's great.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Very nice.
Okay.
Thanks. So, it took a bunch of them, 6 of us, to put that together, but it's kind of cool collaborating with
It also shows how is Clyde Tombaugh's observation skill were to see that little dot moving. It's like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the beginning, if you look at the slides without the labels, you get an
Yeah.
appreciation for what's involved.
Oh yeah, it's like,
'Cause it's just a tiny little dot here moving.
yeah,
And Clyde, looked at over 1 million images before the discovery on those plates.
yeah.
You know,
Wow.
David,
Oh,
there.
needed a vacation after that.
He got one that night. He went down to the movie theater in
Okay.
Flagstaff and watched Gary Cooper in The Virginian. That's what you do after you discover.
That was his vacation.
That's right. Yeah.
I've seen that movie. It's a good movie.
David.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one story that I'd like to add to this. First of all, the Rose Center demotion, if you will, of Neil Tyson occurred in 2001, well before the IAU made its decision in 2006. So he really jumped the gun on it.
Yes, that's right.
And I think David had some issues with that. David Levy had some issues with that at the time, as I recall. And secondly, when Vigo Slifer showed Clyde Tombaugh the ropes at the observatory, I believe in 1929, he took some images of Gemini and put them on the blink comparator, and just to help Clyde Tombaugh get used to the blinking process. And then Clyde worked for a year and got around to Gemini again and found Pluto, and then looked back on those test pictures that had been taken a year before and found Pluto on those plates as well.
You're absolutely right, Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, how can you imagine?
No.
Can you imagine that?
The thing is, I can claim I discovered Pluto twice. What happened is that while scanning for asteroids, sometimes you just go over Pluto.
Yeah.
And then it's like 14th magnitude when you go to magnitude 21st is very bright, okay? And I was like, wow, what a bright thing, and damn it, it's Pluto again. But, yeah, on a modern telescope, of course, with the 33 centimeter astrograph and the photographic plates of the time, it was really a faint object, okay? But right now, if you photograph it with the typical survey instrument, it's like, you have diffraction cross on the image and so on. But, first you go like, and then, Pluto.
Okay, so we should bring up our next speaker, which is Libby and the Stars, and Libby's talk tonight is about nebula.
So nebulas were one of the first things that got me really interested in space, because it was so cool that all the pictures I found, they were so colorful because of all the chemicals in the nebula, and they were so beautiful and colorful. So I started to do space studies, and I got really into these because they were just so interesting, not only because of the beauty and how colorful they were, but because of how cool they were too, scientifically. And I was really into the beautiful photos I could find online of those nebulas, and then I started really researching them, and I got excited about learning about stars and nebulas and their life, because it was kind of like a full entire cycle, that there's a star and then it explodes and dies, and there's these all beautiful colors, and then it can form new stars, and then from those stars, once they die, they form more and more and more. So my idea was, when I was learning about this, was, hey, maybe every single night or so, far out in the galaxy, there's another nebula exploding. So that means there's going to be more stars for me to look at. And I thought it was like a full entire cycle, because it was so cool to think about it exploding. And so I was, a couple weeks ago, I was researching about black holes, and I was wondering how this happened, because there has to be a way for this to happen. And I got very excited because I like black holes and nebulas. And it turns out black holes do form from nebulas. And so I got really excited about nebulas and like was super excited. So I've been wanting to do imagery for my telescope for like nebulas and stuff because they're just so beautiful. I know a lot of people like to photograph them because of all the beautiful colors they can make from like the chemicals in them. And I know like a lot of pictures online, people can like look up. If you just look up nebulas, you got a full afternoon to you got a full afternoon to look at them. They're just so pretty. Um, and so I was like researching more on the scientific side because I thought it was so cool that like a star can just explode and turn into new stars. And so when I started getting interested in the Orion Nebula, um, at space camp they taught us a lot about it. We used to sit in these giant National Geographic movie theaters. All the kids would sit in each and every row, and we have them all spaced out because of the coronavirus. And so I remember them talking about the Orion Nebula because the people at space camp they were very passionate about it because it is one of the things in our sky right now that is very active. It's always changing and it's very exciting because you're always hearing news about it. And I was very happy because I'm one of the like a million generations to be able to experience a star exploding close to us because it's very exciting because once it explodes we don't know what it could bring. It could bring black holes our way. You don't know. It's very surprising. And I know I definitely want to do imagery with it because I kind of want to discover my own because whenever I like look at nebulas, they always have these cool names like the Rose Nebula, the Orion. They always have these cool shapes and names. And I always think how it's cool how like it just rounds off perfectly in some areas. And then in the rest of the nebula, it's just fuzzy. I mean, it's beautiful how it can just change like that. And I was also like wondering about like the dangers of it because the Orion Nebula I was very interested in that because you don't know what that could bring. That could bring either a beautiful nebula or it could bring like a black hole our way. And so it was very exciting because I got to learn a lot about it at space camp, and it was very fun because all the kids in my class were like very excited about it. And we had a fake landing area out in the courtyard, and we would all sit on the little airplane landing concrete area. It was just a huge piece of concrete, and they painted it like an airplane landing area. So we all sat on there, and the sky was so clear. We were back away from like a bunch of the city lights, and everything was off. Like all the lights were off, and she would point, and we would all have our star maps out, and all the kids would be moving around, and be like, "Oh my gosh, there's a nebula! There's a nebula!" It was very exciting. That the Horsehead Nebula is my favorite because it's in Orion. That was the first picture of a nebula I ever saw. Because and once I like saw it, I started getting like interested in it because it was so cool how in some parts it was like solid shapes, and then the other parts it was just like disappearing and like fading in and out. And they showed us this video at space camp about stars being born and like the life cycle of a star. And I was very interested in that because apparently it's like a huge part of nebulas. And I know we were talking about like the sun a couple weeks ago, and like in a million billion years it's gonna explode. And I was thinking like, what if it took a black hole to Earth? But imagine how beautiful that would be. I mean, I know it would be probably dangerous for all that radiation coming at us, but imagine how beautiful it would be to have all those nebulas and tiny stars growing up right next to Earth, and how cool that would be. And I've always been interested in art, and I started like doing a lot of space art, and I've been wanting to do like a lot of nebulas because like they look like clouds. It's like our Earth sky and the clouds are the chemicals, and it's all just so beautiful. Looks like a Bob Ross painting painted in space. And it was so pretty to me. And I just got so interested. And I and I started learning about stars. And so they grow up and they're kind of like a little bit redder in the beginning, and they become bright blue, and then they become back red again, and then they die off. And that was very interesting to learn about. And I was very stunned. So I've been like looking at images of nebulas to do, and I know a lot of people here probably do a lot of imaging in nebulas, and I feel like nebulas are like they're really fun in all ways for astronomers because you can do art with them, you can research them. Uh, they're beautiful, but they also bring like black holes and stuff. And I was looking at the Orion Nebula on like the NASA website and looking at that, and this image came across of a black hole, and it was so pretty. And usually, your idea of a black hole would be like just a shiny black orb, just looks shiny with like a little shiny mark on it, but it was red around it. And I came to realize that that was the chemicals from the nebulas that it had pulled and radiated. And it was so pretty because, most of the black holes you see in nebula are from like art or something that someone makes online from like scientific understandings. But most of it is like the picture that I saw was real and it was different. And I was thinking about the expanding universe too, because if you think about it, one star like explodes and dies, and then it creates a whole bunch of new stars, and then those stars grow up and then they die and creates a bunch of new stars of their nebulas, and it'll just keep on going and going and going. And I was very fascinated by the expanding universe theory because I was like, oh my gosh, there's more stars to see in the sky every single like a billion years. um, and a lot of people in like space researchers, they're like, oh my gosh, there's been the expanding universe. And when they talk about it, they make it seem like so fast, like it's all gonna happen so fast. But most of it happens very slowly. And I'm glad that we're in a generation that we're like kind of learning with the Orion Nebula. And I'm happy to like see it and everything because the photos that we're getting from NASA are beautiful. And I think those are the photos that inspire me to get into space.
Great. Libby, thank you. Thank you. You know, your part about how stars grow up and die off and create more stars. I think that's one of the most fascinating aspects of learning about the universe, and it's how it's constantly evolving. It's always like in this state of destruction and construction all the time. And
We haven't
you know,
in our sky we haven't seen like a lot of nebulas for a long time. That's I find it extremely cool that I'm a young astronomer and I'm growing up with a nebula in the sky, which is very interesting to look at. And my mom's like, "Is that the star Betelgeuse? Is that the star Betelgeuse?" I'm like, "Yes, that is." Then it will die off and we'll have a beautiful nebula.
excellent. Libby, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
so
very much.
we've been running for about an hour. We can go a little bit longer if you like, or take a break. How do you guys think?
I can show you a few images.
Let's see some images.
Yeah.
Let's see some images. And then
Perhaps.
we'll take, after that, we'll go to Chuck and do our door prizes. Okay? And Chuck, a lot of people really enjoyed the presentation you gave on extremes. It was pretty awesome. And I was talking to Terry Mann about it, and she said, "Well," I said, "Do you think Chuck still has something like that he could show again?" And he goes, Chuck always has something up his sleeve, so if you stick around, we'd like to see more. So that'd be
Well, I
cool.
might have something for you.
Okay, great, great. So let's see what Alain has here.
Okay, let me see. Aquí estoy. Share
And
screen.
Richard Gray says he's got the Andromeda Galaxy live.
Okay, there we
We'll,
are.
we'll see some quick live targets and do door prizes and then take a break.
There it is. So I'm going to launch an image right now.
Okay.
So
Oh,
I
this
just
is
sent
through the RASA, correct?
what?
This is through your RASA telescope?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Really wide field.
Talking about nebulae. One of the things that I can do, in fact, is show you this one. This is a 30-second exposure.
Okay.
You all know the object.
Of course.
Wow.
Yes.
And that one is an easy one. One of the nice one that I observed recently is IC418, which is in Lepus. And that's one of the only planetary nebula which is red. It's a really very, very nice object, very small, very tiny, but you clearly see the reddish side. One which I've thought already twice to see and I haven't seen yet is what's called the engraved hourglass nebula. It's in Moscow, and it's a pain in the ass. I was thinking I would see it. I used filters. I didn't see it. The whole object is about 6 arcseconds, but I think the extension, well, it's a trick. You have the HST image. You find like this beautiful eye-looking type nebula. But I went over the field several times. I have to continue. I will observe this stupid nebula.
Stupid nebula.
Here, here you have well, let me do that.
So Mega Centauri?
No, 47 Tucan.
Okay.
Big globular cluster.
Right. Yes.
On the upper right, you have the small Magellanic Cloud with some nebulae and so on.
Oh, wow.
And one of the things that I like to show when I observe is this tiny thing. You can see, you see my cursor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is the big globular cluster, and there are two things on each side. So it makes me, reminds me of Messier 13 with the two stars. Okay.
Yeah.
This one is a galaxy, and this one is NGC 121, which is a globular cluster in the small Magellanic Cloud.
Wow.
You see it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So cool.
And so when you observe, you can have both two globular clusters, one close to us. Let me see. Yeah, you see the two globular clusters.
Wow.
And that's kind of cool to observe because then you have like 15,000 light years, 220,000 light years. It must be quite a big thing to be like so big so far away. Last thing that I wanted to show you is an animation that we made recently, except I have to find it. Sorry. I don't know. Of course, yeah, makes sense. I'm on that PC, and now I want to show you this PC. Do you see this screen?
Yeah.
Okay. It's an observation that was made recently. Further away than Jupiter, there are a lot of objects which are called the Centaur objects. And one of the very interesting Centaur objects is 29P. So 29P is a comet which very often has outbursts.
Hey, Elaine, we don't see your other screen.
Here,
We just
see
still see the RASA one. We still see
and
RASA
that's
one.
really the first time an outburst was caught in real time. You have the light curve here.
Okay.
Alain, we cannot see it. We cannot see it.
No, you cannot?
Sure. No.
We're still seeing the Rasta view.
Okay. Right, let me do something. Stop this. 820. Stop. Start again. Now you see it?
Yes.
Black screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Outburst of the comet.
A video.
Yeah, 29P is a very interesting object. Normally it's like 17, 16 magnitude, and then it becomes magnitude 13. Sometimes there have been outbursts at magnitude 10. And so that was the first time an outburst was caught in the process. So you see in the square, you have the comet.
Yeah.
And look at how bright it becomes in a few hours. It's really 2 hours.
Wow.
Ah,
Oh my gosh.
right.
Wow. You said that was 2 hours?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's kind of fun because now we have the light curve and we can understand really what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super.
So anyway, just wanted to show you some actuality. That was like the 19th of November.
Wow.
It made already a few outbursts more since. Okay.
Wonderful.
Merci.
That's interesting. That's really neat.
That's cool, Alain. Thank you. Okay, and Richard Grace had M31 live you wanted to show. You're muted, I think, Richard.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay, there we go. You're good.
All right. Let's see, we've got M31 live, stacking, collecting photons in the backyard with the Explore Scientific 80.
Wow.
FCD1 carbon fiber and Optolong L Pro in a filter drawer with a 183 ZWO and guiding at 5-minute exposures. And even though normally I have pretty dark skies for quote unquote city skies at quote unquote Bortle 6, and I have a LED street lamp 100 feet away from my imaging location, boy, everybody's got their Christmas lights out tonight.
Yeah.
But we're getting what we can get, and I wanted to show that early, so I got time to stack up a little bit more for later.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Very nice.
So
Oh, yeah.
we'll turn to Chuck Allen and door prizes. Chuck, we have our participants email their answers to Explore Alliance. I'll put it in chat at explorescientific.com. And for all of you that correctly answer the questions that Chuck will ask, we pull those correct we mix them up and we pull a random winner out of that group, and then you're notified that you're a winner. And you can choose. There are door prizes from our door prize partners, which include the Mark Slater Remote Observatory, Gary Palmer Astronomy, and the Vacuum of Space, and of course Explore Scientific. And so, so we'll switch over to you, Chuck.
All righty.
This time, yeah.
Thank you, Scott. Let me get the screen up here. Okay.
By the way, I want to commend you and all of the people from the Astronomical League for the great event that was put on last Saturday. So
Well, I think we need to thank you for your help with that. It was a big success.
I just
we
like
really
connected
enjoyed it.
the wires.
I'm sorry?
I said I only connected the wires. You guys
okay.
did the work. It was
Well,
awesome.
we appreciate it anyway very much,
Thank
and
you.
your support of our other programs, including NIA. As we usually do at the beginning of our door prizes, we'd like to remind everybody about keeping your vision safe in terms of observing the sun. You may be receiving door prizes or maybe buying your own telescopes or binoculars, and it's important to understand some of the things you should never do when you're observing in daylight or you're around telescopes or binoculars in daytime. Always, never, rather, use the sun, observe the sun without professionally made solar filters that fit on the front end of the telescope that reject energy before it enters the tube. They should be securely mounted and not scratched or with holes in it. Never use a solar filter or welder's glass that attaches only to the eyepiece. Some telescope companies back in the 1960s used to sell these. And heat, tremendous heat, would build up inside the telescope and behind those lenses and could burst the lens. For the safety of kids who may be around, don't leave your telescope or binoculars around where kids might pick them up or use them to try to acquire the sun. With regard to eclipse glasses, make sure they're compliant with ISO 12312-2 international safety standards and that they're not knockoffs that contain false certifications. Also, don't assume that eclipse glasses are for any purpose other than looking straight at the sun through the eclipse glasses. They're not for use in observing the sun through binoculars or a telescope. The light from a telescope will melt right through them instantly. Don't use makeshift filters like sunglasses, exposed film, CDs, or other type of objects for filters. Use professionally made filters. You have clubs near you who have experienced solar observers who can tell you how to do solar observing safely. And make sure if you're letting people observe safely through a well-filtered telescope that you don't forget to cap that finder scope so they don't get a nice little burn hole in their cheek as they observe through your telescope. These are the
scope off.
Yeah, these are the answers to our GSP 24 questions. We asked what the third most massive planet in the solar system was. The answer is Neptune, which has the equivalent of about 17 Earth masses. Uranus is larger due to its lower gravity, but has only 14 and a half Earth masses equivalent. So our winner there, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name because
Richard Lighthill.
Thank you, Richard Lighthill. The screen was covering it. Next question was the first magnitude in our sky that's actually a 6-star system, and the answer to that is Castor and Gemini. We have 2 large stars which orbit a common center. Each of those has a red dwarf orbiting it, and then surrounding the system or orbiting the entire system, 2 more red dwarfs also orbiting a common center. Very complicated system. The winner of this one was Andrew Corkill.
Wow.
The largest constellation in the sky by area is Hydra. It's sort of like Russia. It covers 7 time zones, 7 hours of right ascension in the sky, and has 1,303 square degrees. And the next 4 largest are Virgo, Ursa Major, Cetus, and Hercules. And the winner of this question was Scott Edens. So congratulations to you.
Congratulations. That's great. Very good.
Okay, tonight's GSP 26 questions. Assuming that all 8 planets had hard surfaces, only 4 do, of course, on what planet's surface would you weigh most nearly the same as you do on Earth?
Again, do not answer this in chat. Send those answers to explorealliance@explorescientific.com.
Now, you understand you cannot stand on the surfaces of gas giant planets, but if there were a platform there and you were standing on it, on which planet or the terrestrial planets would you weigh most nearly the same as you do on Earth? And the correct answer is not the Earth itself. We're comparing it to the Earth, so it'd be one of the other 7. Okay, what is the popular name for Tombaugh Regio, this prominent feature on Pluto? And the third and final question. This Messier object, a planetary nebula, is known as the Little What Nebula? There's a bigger version that has the same name. This is the little version of it. And that will complete the 3 questions. And Scott, thank you very much. And
all right,
everybody stay safe out there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so we will switch to a 10-minute break. Go get a sandwich or something to drink, and we'll be back. I can see that Rodrigo Zaleta is with us. Let's see who else has joined us. Deepti Gautam from Nepal is with us as well. We can go to her later. And but up next will be Norman Fulham, who is going to finish off the second part of his presentation. And I think he might even play a song for us, which we always love. So that's great. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in 10.
I want the album, Norman.
Yeah, we want an album.
That's a good one.
We could take all these recordings and make an album out of it.
Ah.
He sang a song when he gave a program for my club that just set it on fire. I mean, it was fantastic. As was the whole program.
Thank you.
Scott could create the Global Star Party soundtrack album.
Well, hello, everybody. We are back. And we are happy to bring on Norman Fulham. Norman is always a delight, whether you're seeing him live in person at a Star Party or here on the Global Star Party. Maybe you had a chance to wander into his shop and see all those amazing telescopes. But Norman, where do we drop off at for your last presentation, and where do we pick it up?
Okay, what was 2 weeks ago, I believe, was from the beginning of my telescope making and mirror making up to, was through with my basement, and then I moved out from my basement to my first shop, and then we stopped at when I moved to my shop that I have right now. And that was about 8 years ago when I moved in here. So the presentation I'm going to do tonight is about from, let's see, 2012, up to about 2 years ago. So it's not up to date yet because I haven't had time to finish a new one, but we'll give you a good idea what I'm doing right now.
Sure.
So
maybe there'll be a third part to this presentation.
Yeah, it could be. I got to do it though. This is an old PowerPoint that I did for the Royal Astronomy Society of Canada that I presented at the Starfest, actually, in one of the big star party near Toronto that you came.
Sure.
So I'm gonna share my screen. This here. Do you see that?
Not yet.
Not yet? Me? Okay, here it is. Here. Share. Do you see it now?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So let's try from the beginning of that presentation. Okay. So, okay. So, like I said, when I moved into this, the presentation will show a little from the last presentation, what I was doing in those years. Those are some pictures taken with one of my optics from Mr. Anthony Wesley in Australia. Very nice picture of Jupiter and Saturn and Mars. That was in 2014. That's an old pictures. Okay, so you recognize the place. Stellafane. That's when I was building. I'm still building wooden telescope, but that was the main thing that I was building then. Wooden telescope. This is my birth thaw number 2. In that telescope, there's my first mirror that I made, 12.5-inch f7.1, that I houses in the new structure and a new base, and then I presented that telescope at Stellafane, and I won the first place award for that.
It's a beautiful scope.
Thank you. So I'm going to show you a few of my wooden telescopes that I was building those years. This one here, actually, Marcus Ludus owns it. This is another one, a 10-inch. So when I moved in this shop here, that was what I was building, actually. And of course, the Man in the Moon altitude bearing hand card, my signature altitude bearing.
Yes, love it.
And also what I was presenting, wooden telescope at Neve in New York. So that was in those years. And then at one point I said, okay, I need a new orientation. People were asking me for larger and larger mirror and bigger telescope. So I had to do something different. I couldn't use wood for the structure, and I needed to find a supplier for large optics. So and I had to make a expansion plan. And to do so, well, I had to build larger polishing machine for larger mirror, because I only could do up to about 20-inch with the machine that I had in my shop. So I had to build a new machine. I needed a larger shop too to house those machines, and I contacted Laval University here in Quebec to help me out on designing my machine, and also for the new optics that I was planning on that we're going to through this into this presentation. And also needed a large kiln for what I was thinking of doing. So we'll go through this, starting with the large polishing machine that I built, because I had in mind to make telescope to at least a meter and a half, which is about 60 inches or a little more than that for to start with. So that I had to build a machine because I could not afford to buy a grinding and polishing machine for this size. It was way too expensive. So I decided to build it myself. So it's the plateau of the machine that you see here. And on the plateau, I was thinking, well, if I'm grinding and polishing and figuring a mirror on a machine, why not do it on the same type of cell that would be in the telescope? So that way there won't be any change in the figure or stress in the glass itself. When the mirror is finished, we put it in the same environment than it was made for. So this is a 54-point floating point cell that is on the grinding machine. And is the machine here with the frame of the machine, and the machine is actually on rail because it's very heavy and it has to be moved around when I do testing and all. So I put the machine on rails, and you have the plateau here, and you're going to see on the next one here the first the motor for the turntable here is installed.
Mm-hmm.
And also I needed the plateau of the machine to be removable from the machine, so I can take the entire structure, the plateau and the mirror, to do the testing and then go back on the machine. So instead of moving just the mirror and having to realign it on the machine every time I would do a testing, I decided to get the plateau and all the mirror cell itself off the machine with the mirror and be able to transport it and put it right on the tilting table to do my measurement and the testing. So the entire structure of the mirror is here, the plateau of the machine, and all the edge support is on the tilting table. And as you can see, there's a 50-inch mirror on the tilting table here, straighting up. So when the measurement is done, I just flip it back and then take the entire structure and put it back on the machine. So I don't have to realign the mirror on the machine itself. So it's already realigned it. Save me some work.
Wow.
So this is the overarm holding a grinding tool on the mirror here. And I believe a little further down, there's the happy man. When the first started to work with the machine and everything worked fine, so I was quite happy here. And here we go. This is a 50. This one is a 50-inch mirror on the grinding machine. As you can see, it's brand new.
How much does this mirror weigh?
About 350 pounds only.
Oh, that's light.
That's very light for a 50-inch mirror, yeah.
Yes.
There's a small video here of the machine polishing a 50-inch mirror here. I don't know if it's working. And over here you have a dripper. So I built a small container with the polishing slurry that will drip automatically on the surface with the photocopier motors and a windshield washer pump.
Right. That's awesome.
You see, yes, it's dripping by itself, so I don't have to be next to the machine every time to apply the slurry. The overarm over here. There we go. This is the second mirror motor. And you will see underneath that the mirror sits on the 54-point cell, like it would be in the telescope. There we go. See the machine.
So does the mirror cell get permanently attached to the mirror itself?
No, it's just the mirror is just sitting on it.
Sitting on it,
It's
floating.
just sitting on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Then also I have a small video of other machine that works with the same principle than this big one. This is a 20-inch mirror. Oh. There we go. All the control for the speed and then the velocity and all. And see another machine next to it for a smaller mirror. There you go. Of course, all the abrasive and water is added by hand, so there's no automatic feeder for those small machines. Friend of mine. Good help.
Yeah, that's great.
So I needed more space for what was coming. The big thing here is the kiln that I got now at the shop. As you can see here, there's a hydraulic car lift just to lift the lid. It's 100-inch inside by 100-inch and by 48-inch inside. So that will become the master kiln for what's coming. I'm going to show you what I'm going to build in that. So this is the kiln arriving at the shop in 2 large sections. As you can see here, there's elements on the wall, there's some on the ceiling, and there's some on the floor. So, and it's very, very well insulated on the outside. So we installed the new kiln in the. So I had to rent a second work area next to mine. So I had to double my floor. At the shop, so I had only had 2,000 square feet. Now I have 3,800 square feet because I had to add this area to it. So as you can see here, and you have the computer control here that I can control the raise and the lower. If I can adjust the temperature to go up, let's say a degree per hour, or go down a degree per hour if I wanted to. So it's very, very precise. And why I got that kiln? To make a techno-fusion mirror. So the techno-fusion, I will show you how it's done, how I do it. I don't like the name sandwich mirror. It's a popular name, but I don't like the name myself, so I call them techno-fusion.
Techno-fusion does sound better.
It sounds much better than sandwich mirror, yes. So I developed that with the help of Laval University optical team over there. I came to them and I said, I need a way to make large mirror much cheaper than what it is right now with exotic ceramic or spatial glass, much lighter than a solid mirror, and something that would be as precise and as give as good a result than a standard mirror. So we came up with this idea of making a mirror with the top plate, bottom plate, and columns in between to make the structure of the mirror itself. So it's very, very sound and very strong and rigid. Yeah. And by doing that, I'm using the material that I'm using is borosilicate 33, which is Pyrex. Okay, and I buy it in sheets, different thickness, and I get the water jet cutter to cut the diameter of the mirror. Okay. Right. And also he cuts me some strips of the same material from the same sheet of borosilicate that I recut here in my shop to the length that I need to do that a certain mirror. So what it's like IKEA. Then you see the bottom plate, and I locate it by computer imaging, tells me exactly where to install all the columns. So I do the assembling like IKEA. Yes. And it comes to, and at some point I have to be able to manipulate the base of the mirror. So I use a suction cup, and with the suction cup, I put it in the oven, and when it's in the oven, I finish the assembling, and then I put the top part of it, which become the bottom part. I'll show you. Here we go. So here's the one. This is a 36-inch blank. They just assembled. It's not fused yet. What I do is the column stays up and don't do the domino effect. I use a small amount of epoxy glue at the base of each column, but not in between the post and the plate, but right on the edge of it. So it just hold the post in place.
I see.
So otherwise it would be impossible to assemble. And just so everyone to know, there's an interface at each end of the columns, which is a secret.
Secret. Okay.
secret component that will melt before the structure will collapse under the high heat, and it makes the weld. That's what makes the fusion itself.
I see.
So there's one. It's in the kiln right now. The floor of the kiln completely is on rail, so come out underneath. I can install the mirror on the floor and then roll it back underneath the lid.
Amazing.
There we go. This is a 61-inch blank, just coming out of the oven after the first fusion. As you can see here, the bottom part is thicker. That will become the front of the mirror. Okay, what I do is I fuse two sheets together to make them more rigid. Okay, and the top plate here will become the back of the mirror. So when we flip it over, but right now it's the fusion parallel. Okay, this is a flat bed here, so it's all fused flat parallel. And a small example of a 16-inch wooden telescope at the back. And to be able to grind a large mirror to a certain ratio of curvature, if the front plate is very thin, I cannot do fast mirror because I would have to grind the entire material at the center. So we came up with the idea of using a convex mold that you saw the base here, with the radius of curvature as a convex. So we take the mirror which is already fused and put it on the convex mold. So only the center touches the molds, and when we heat up the glass softens and then takes the shape of the mold. As you can see here, the back of the mirror is convex.
Yeah.
And when we flip this mirror, it will be concave to the radius of curvature needed. So the top plate has all the same thickness from edge to the center. So there's no when we get to thermal equilibrium, the entire surface gets in the same at the same speed, at the right temperature, at the same speed, because there's no thicker area.
Right.
And you can see here, here are the few first mirror that I fused together. There's 236. This is the 65-inch and then a 50-inch right here. Those are the first that I had fused together.
A couple of questions, Norman.
And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one is somebody was interested to know how long it takes for you to grind your largest mirror.
Okay, it's not that long to grind because, like I said, it's already pre-generated. Okay? Right. The curve is already pre-generated to an approximate radius of curvature.
So you're just going for a polish afterwards.
Well, it's not polish. I have to grind it from 46 grits all the way to 3 micron, the same thing. But I don't have to grind the center. The center is already grinded to the ratio. It's just to because when it come out of the oven, even if it's on the mold is not perfect. So it has a little bumps there and there. So I have to grind it perfectly. So all the way to the 3 microns, and after that I have to do the polishing and then the figuring. And this image that you see here, it's a Foucault test of a 50-inch parabolic mirror of technofusion, because not many, but some optician or companies in the past have tried to do the sandwich mirror. And the big problem that they had was the print through of the columns on the surface in the figure of the mirror. So they didn't have, they were not able to eliminate the pressure point underneath each column. Okay, and I developed a technology and a way to grind and polish and figure, and that you don't see those. It doesn't appear. So this is the image of a 50-inch Foucault test. There's another one here, a different area of the mirror. If there was any stress or any print through, you would see dark area all over the place.
Yeah.
Everywhere where there's a column, you would see a darker area. So this image shows that there's absolutely no print through whatsoever. So I got the mirror, I got the machine, I got everything to grind, polish, and figure, and test, and I don't have anything to aluminize the mirror. So I already had that small aluminum coating vacuum chamber that could do up to 22 inches. So I couldn't fold a 60 inches in there, so I had to get a larger vacuum chamber. So I had to build a machine that could do up to 65 inches, and that's what we did, because it was too expensive to ship those mirrors all the way down to California to have them coated and back. So, and the company that was using to do the coating in the past for the larger mirror, it was in Pittsburgh, and they had closed down, and they wouldn't sell me their equipment. So I had to build my own. So here it is. Took about 6 months of work to build the vacuum chamber. So I have a electrical engineer, I had a structural engineer, and a very good welder to help me to do the work. And this is the assembling. See, the back and the front part are I bought from the big trucking company that make the big Citroen trucks. Okay, where you on the trucks.
Carry liquids or something?
Yeah, exactly. Those are the end part of these.
Oh, that's very smart. That's very smart.
and the metal has to be very, very strong, and the welder has to be a professional, a real good, because when the vacuum is achieved to do the coating on this big chamber, there's 15 tons of pressure that wants to crush the vacuum chamber. So it has to be very, very strong. So here's the back where you see the diffusion pump and all the connector that will connect all the feed through for the electrical parts.
Yep.
There's the front, that this part goes down. This is the electrical part that on next to it. And there's the 61-inch mirror that you saw earlier coming out of that vacuum chamber. There we go. That was the first really big mirror achieved here. Fused here, grind, polished, figured, and aluminum coated here.
Norman, what kind of process are you using to coating? For coating?
The coating is done. Okay, it's there's a tungsten element inside. Okay, inside, and there's also some we call that boats that we put silica in it. Okay, in powder of silica. So each tungsten element we put some pure aluminum that we already calculated the amount of aluminum on each tungsten element to be able to, because when we do the evaporation, it's not directional. It's everywhere inside the vacuum chamber that gets covers. So we have to calculate how thick of a coating we want. So we came up with a weight of aluminum that we needed on each element. So when that it's done, and the vacuum is achieved with the mechanical pump, remove 90% of the air, and then after that we do with the diffusion pump, we'll burn the residual molecule inside the vacuum chamber. And in theory, when we achieve the vacuum needed for the evaporation, there's theoretically about 2 molecules left of air in the chamber. So it's a very, very deep vacuum. So when we achieve that vacuum, one after the other one, I apply currents to the element to heat them up. And when the aluminum gets to a temperature that it would melt, usually melt in the air, because it's a vacuum, there's no air, it becomes a gas. Okay, it becomes a fraction of a second, becomes liquid, and then poof, it's a gas. You call that sublimation.
Yep.
So the gas expand in the vacuum chamber. So after we do all the elements one after the other, I have to do the evaporation of the silica, which will do the protection on top of the aluminum, so it won't oxidize because of the air. So after we do all these two process, the mirror is done. So we have to reintroduce the air in the vacuum chamber. It takes about 45 minutes to bring back all the air, and then we open it. So I'll show you here. I think I have a small video when we open. This is a 30-inch coming out, and we can see a small video when we open the vacuum chamber. That was the first mirror coming out. We were very, very happy. The first mirror coming out, and it was a success.
Yes. Oui, monsieur. C'est ça qu'on s'attendait. C'est ça qu'on... Premier miroir 30 pouces, testeur. Et voilà. Yes.
Yeah, we were very happy after the first mirror came out of there. It was a success, and no leak in the vacuum chamber whatsoever, and everything worked perfectly. So we are very glad of that, happy. So now I have big mirrors. Why not build big telescopes?
Yeah, that's right.
Why not? Because when I started to do the technofusion, I wasn't making large structure. And like I said in the past, I am a visual observer, so I like to observe with my eye. I love imaging. I love to look at image of the night sky, but for me, it's visual. So for large telescopes, when you get to a 30, 40, and 50 inches telescope, if you do a regular system, Newtonian, the eyepiece is very, very high up at night. So you don't want to climb up 10, 12, 15 feet up in the ladder at night to observe. So I came up with an idea to do a folded Newtonian. This is an example of a 36-inch f3.5, and you will see that the eyepiece will be about here when it's done. I will show you. And here we have an example of a 50-inch f3.5 installed in California. And the eyepiece, when I'm looking at the zenith, is at 8.5 feet high only, versus about 16 feet high for the regular Newtonian. So it makes it more enjoyable, safer, and I don't know. I feel better in the 8-foot ladder at night than the 16 feet. Much better.
Much better.
So this is the same scope in California.
Wow.
You see, only a couple steps, and then you are the eyepiece. So it's very safe. So here's the idea, the basic primary mirror. Normally, Newtonian, the secondary will be here, and the eyepiece would be about here. And then, so I decided to lower the secondary mirror, change the angle, and you put a coude in the focuser, brings the eyepiece straight to you, right at you. So it's much safer. So here's the example of the 50-inch. That another one. That this one's in Italy, in the making here.
Wow.
But like I said, I'm not a very good computer guy to design on computer. So I designed all my big structure on the floor on paper first.
On paper.
On paper, life size. And then from there, measure it, and then get all my aluminum, cut all my aluminum and perforate the aluminum myself here. And then I got a company that does a laser cutting for the altitude bearing and the ground board and the rocker. So everything was designed first, life size, on the floor. So you see the
Awesome.
rocker here, the ground board, the mirror box, the mirror box. Yeah. There's the top part of the telescope assembled, standing in the telescope.
That's a real telescope. When you can
Yeah,
stand
this.
inside of your telescope, that's a real one.
Yeah. So I do all the get the company that does all the powder coating of all the parts. There's a nice red for the base. This is for the 50-inch.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very very strong paint, so it doesn't get chip or anything when it's assembled.
Sure.
I always try the mirror inside before I do the coating, make sure everything is well balanced and all. You got the edge support of the mirror because you need a special edge support for the Technofusion.
Sure.
You got a 54-point mirror cell underneath, floating point. So same thing that was on the machine. I also do the regular Newtonian with the Technofusion, but for the smaller one, this is a 32-inch f3.5. It's pretty much the highest that I would go for a straight Newtonian for the height of the telescope itself. And this sits into one of my best customer in Ontario, Doug Cunningham and his wife. He's got a roll-off roof observatory, and he's got 7 of my telescope in there.
Wow. That's cool.
There it is when the roof is open.
Yeah.
This is the 32, the 16, it's got a 10, it's got a 12, got a 6, got a different telescopes. And also, once in a while, I got asked to do observatory roll-off roof, so I kind of dabbled in that too. So I'm able to make the roll-off roofs observatory. And here it is, the 36-inch f3.5 folded Newtonian, all motorized and everything, so you can see the eyepiece. This is Andre here is about 6'1", and at the zenith he has his 2 feet on the ground. I mean,
Beautiful.
yeah. So here it is. I'm at that point now. That was about 3 years ago. So now next time will be the next presentation will be up to today. What I'm doing now.
So we're looking at like a 100-inch telescope on the horizon?
Well, I'm more looking into 80 to start with.
80. Okay.
And I don't know. Screen sharing is stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Fantastic.
So are you ready for a piece of music?
Of course. Always. Always.
Okay. I have a very scratchy voice today. So I'm going to do an instrumental. I'm not going to sing. I'm going to play. I'm just people know that I build my own guitar too on my free time, you know.
Yeah, all your copious free time.
Yeah. This is an instrumental piece that I composed many, many years ago. Like I was telling you in the past, in star parties, I always bring my guitar, and it's nice to have music or singing. But most of the time, it's nice also to only have background music. Okay. And I composed that piece for the observing session, very relaxed and calm, and just to smooth out the mood of everyone. So there it is. I have no title yet for it.
wonderful. Yes, we do want
Really
the album.
beautiful.
Thank you.
That's great.
It's a good observing music.
Great.
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
love it. I love it. It definitely sets the mood and the tone. And, I can imagine just sitting back like in a recliner,
Hmm.
looking up at the Milky Way, seeing a nice bolide coming past and hearing
Yeah.
this music wafting through the night, so it's great.
Looks like Alain's in a recliner right now.
Well, it was my pleasure. And I'm going to have to go home now.
Yep. Okay. Thanks for coming out to play.
It's
great.
always my pleasure. And then, Alain,
Yeah.
I got to go and see you with that 45-inch.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Salut.
He's been begging us to come down. So
Yeah, I will go. I will go. As soon as that COVID is gone, I will go.
Yeah.
In 3 years.
Uh,
I don't know. I hope it's getting soon because it's really a pain in the ass.
See you guys.
Okay. All right. That's great. So let's take a few minutes and look at what Richard Grace has in his telescope. And Deepti Gautam has joined us from Nepal, so we'll go with her next. Oh wow! Here we go. This is Libby's favorite object. Her favorite nebula is right here.
It's upside down, and we got 15 minutes in on it so far.
There's no up in space.
Yeah, there's no up in space.
Yeah, but it's a horse head.
This is true.
Yeah, so 15 minutes in after it came out of the trees, I started getting a little live stacking on it, and that's what I got so far.
Very great.
And I'll probably switch to something else in the general vicinity.
Excellent. Excellent. Which scope
Where are you looking?
You're shooting through the 80, is that right?
Yeah, it's one of your ED80s.
Okay.
It's the FCD1 carbon fiber model.
Got one.
And where is the scope located?
In my backyard.
Well, okay, but where in the world?
Annapolis, Maryland.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not doing too bad. Like I said, the whole light's lit up with Christmas lights and LEDs and everything. So it's still working. I'm happy.
Still working. Still working.
All right, I'm going to stop it so we can get to somebody else here.
All right, Richard. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Deepti, thank you for making this time with us. I know that you worked through the night to get your presentation ready, right? Yep. And so is the presentation about? Did you choose the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn? You did. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Great. Great. And how are you? How is everything in Nepal? Everything is okay?
Yeah, everything is okay.
Great. It's good to see you again. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thank you.
I see a cat.
Yes, I have my space cat, Orion, here floating in space on my desk. He's been here for about the last, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think I want to ask you all a question. Which is the upcoming day you are waiting for? What's
Ask
the
again.
day? Which is the upcoming day you are eagerly waiting for?
Oh, December 21st,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah, that's the day.
yeah, that's the day for us. And today my all presentation is about, it's 8:59 a.m. here.
Okay.
Okay. What a great conjunction. Yeah, as we are familiar about the December 21st, there's a great conjunction in the day we are waiting for, eagerly waiting for, is the great conjunction. And yeah, first of all, the great conjunction is the conjunction of the planets Jupiter and Saturn when the two planets appear closest together in the sky. And as we know, this yeah, here is the time periods and the difference between this Saturn and Jupiter. And 21st December, here is the great conjunction at the 0.06 degree line. And yeah, and Jupiter and Saturn was last aligned in the Great Conjunction in May 2020, and it's now on 2020 after the 20 years. After this December 21st, 2020, the conjunction, the two planets will appears to trade position. That is Jupiter and Saturn, as Jupiter's overtakes the Saturn. Yeah, and Jupiter will progress to the east and draft further and further away from the Saturn throughout the decades of the 20s. And as you're familiar, and here I have mentioned the simplified way of measuring the time period of the great conjunction of the two planets, where in the simplified way we calculate the orbital period of Jupiter's and Saturn, Earth years, and synodic period, and substituting the value, and we take this after 19.859 Earth years. After that, the great conjunction is going to happen in 2020, December 21st. And yeah, and that's all. And wait, one minute. And the great conjunction of 2020 will be the closest since 1623. It is very special for us, and it will occur 7 weeks after the holy heliocentric conjunction, when Jupiter and Saturn share the same heliocentric longitude. On 21st December at 13:03 UT time, Jupiter will be 0.1 degree south of western and 30 degree east of the Sun, meaning both planets will be visible in the same telescope field of view, and through they will be distinguishable from each other without optical help, optical aids. And the two planets will be visible and low above the southwestern horizons in the constellation of Capricornus after sunset. And from the mid northern longitude, the planet will be less than 15 degree in altitude and 1 hour after the sunset. And I know we are waiting for that day, and we don't want to miss it. So me too. I'm waiting for that day. Very exciting. Wow, 21st December, and after the sunset, I'll be just go to my terrace, and I will be sitting there. I don't want to miss it.
Yes, it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, that's all I have prepared.
Deepti, thank you so much. Thank you. I love your enthusiasm, and you did quick research of that grand conjunction, so that's great. That's wonderful. Okay. Well, Deepti, I think we're going to go to all the way from Nepal down to Chile right now with Rodrigo Zeleda. Rodrigo has a live image in his telescope now, so let's go there.
Hi, Scott.
Hello.
How are you? Hello.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Rodrigo.
Hi, Scott. Now I take picture with my RC telescope, Criterier GSO, to the Orion Nebula.
Orion, okay.
And share with you my screen.
There we go.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
It's coming. It'll take a moment, I think. There we go. Yes.
Okay. Yes. This is live for my telescope. with 5 minutes of exposition in my QHA camera. I take this picture with the RC is more focal than other telescope and more detailed for the nebula. I process one light with the fixed inside.
Okay.
Okay. And here my do you see my screen?
Yes, we see.
This is one line I little process to the other nebula.
And the nebula is quite large.
And I take when my idea is 2 hours of exposition if the sky no clouds
right.
And in the week in the last week I take picture for the sun and for the solar activity and share with you this picture for the sun.
How many telescopes are you using now, Rodrigo?
Now I using the XXVI Richard telescope.
Mm-hmm.
Now I check with you my screen with the solar activity. My laptop is so slow. Okay, here. Okay. Do you see my screen now?
It's coming. I can see you shared it, but not yet. Give it a moment.
I share my photo for the sun for the with the Apple telescope with a solar filter. It's glass solar filters. Do you see now?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Yes.
We
now,
see.
This photo is with solar glass filter with the Apple Explore Scientific telescope.
Okay.
It's the principal region for activity.
Wow, yeah.
And 2 minutes of video of the QHA camera. And this my first photo like this type, and I practice more for more details, but
Right.
I very happy with this photo.
Yeah. Lots of detail.
If this photo is a light, a white light, and I take picture with the H alpha filter, Daystar Quark H alpha filters.
Okay.
Okay, I check with you my photo. Yeah.
So that one was just white light. Using what kind of filter? What kind of white light filter did you use? It's a Bader filter or
It's a spectrum telescope filter.
spectrum telescope filter? Okay.
Yes. This photo is with H alpha
Oh
telescope.
yeah, that's a lot of detail. Look at that.
Is with quark filter for the Daystar. Is my fifth picture with this filter. It's very difficult take the picture for the quark filter is telecentric Barlow is more power in the telescope.
Now, Rodrigo, just to get a sense of scale, how big would the planet Earth be in this field? Do you think?
What, Scott? I don't understand.
How big would Earth, the planet Earth, be to the sun here? About the size of that sunspot, you think?
Yes, it's a little in the center of this
Yes.
activity complete the planet Earth. Yes, and in this picture, I like very much the magnetic regions, like magnetic. In you see the lines of the
Yes.
and the this sector and this sector, you see the lines like magnetic field.
Right.
Like it's very very nice.
Right. And that just to the curving all the way around about the 6 o'clock position at the bottom all the way up to about
Yes, it's
1 o'clock.
like this area is magnetic and one pole and the curved line magnetic fields.
It's beautiful.
This is my work now. And this last week is a very work for the solar eclipse in Chile, in
Right.
south Chile.
Yeah, we were chatting about that earlier today, and I know that you've been very, very busy. You mentioned that there's not many foreign visitors because of the pandemic.
Yes, the pandemic is complicated in Chile. In the south of Chile is the totality eclipse. The situation of pandemic is complicated. This region is in quarantena.
Yeah.
And more visitor for Argentina is more better weather.
I see.
Chile, in south of Chile, maybe raining for the eclipse.
Oh.
Bad luck.
Huh. And will you be able to travel to Argentina, or are you staying home?
No, I stay home. It's complicated for pandemic, and
Yeah.
I see the eclipse from La Serena in partial.
Yeah.
Partial eclipse, and it's very complicated travel now.
Yeah, yeah. I understand. I understand. Well, better to be safe. Better to be safe. That's right.
Okay, Scott, thanks.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Thank you very much. Okay. So, Jason, we have some time to look at some of your work that.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I already shared that Pluto.
The Pluto one was really
sequence.
cool. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I tuned into you interviewing Alan Stern. I thought that was a very good interview.
Thank you.
He's a pretty inspiring guy.
Very.
He's done a lot, and it inspired me to dig that up because I remembered I had that Pluto sequence, and I tried to find a link to it on Astrobin, and that there was problems on AstroBin, and a lot of stuff got deleted. So apparently that GIF got deleted too, or
Oh,
GIF.
okay.
So I dug up the video, the original video, and just shared it. But yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool sequence. Like I said, it kind of reminds me of what you'd see if you were Clyde Tombaugh, looking at those images
Sure.
way back when. I'm blinking through them, but I can share some stuff I have on my desktop, stuff I've been working on over the last few weeks. I've got some solar work. I think first I'll share, let me click through into my, I can figure out why Zoom is not working here.
Mm-hmm.
Bear with me here.
No problem.
I share screen here. All right, there we go. Can you see my desktop?
Yep, sure can.
Okay. All right, let me go into here. So we talked a little bit about the conjunction. It's obviously a hot topic now. I'm fully prepared to be underneath clouds on that day, so I wanted to put together a representation of what it would look like telescopically through my planetary telescope. So what I did is I took a planetarium software and kind of laid out the scene in that planetarium software, the conjunction on the 21st, and then took my best images of Jupiter and Saturn from this year and manipulated them, placed them in position, scaled, oriented properly, and complete with the positions of the moons and all that. So I took a lot of care with constructing this scene, but this view you see here is basically, scale wise what you would see on an image. And for my planetary setup, it does fit in the same, it's a 6,500 millimeter telescope, but it does fit in the field of view.
Oh, wow.
So it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is impressive.
If I do have the opportunity, I'm absolutely going to go out and try and shoot it. It's going to be a very challenging thing to shoot. And, Jerry Hubble mentioned it in the beginning, but one of the challenges is the brightness between the two planets. Jupiter is going to be 10 times the brightness of, over 10 times the brightness of Saturn during this event. So no matter what, if you're trying to capture it, your gun, and you have them in the same field of view, you're going to have to do something about that brightness difference. And what it's going to boil down to is probably having to take separate exposures for Jupiter and Saturn.
Right.
But for this representation, I obviously had ultimate control because it pieced this together. But these are, like I said, some of my better images of Jupiter and Saturn. So you can see, zooming in here,
very nice. Yeah.
Quite a bit of detail into the planets.
Sure. Excellent.
And Saturn also.
Very nice. So you put the moons in the correct position?
Yeah, so I had taken pictures of both planets separately this summer near opposition. And yeah, I had captured the moons in those sessions. So I simply repositioned them. It's the ultimate Photoshop job. The funny thing is, I'm putting this together and I'm thinking this right here is way, way better than any image I'm ever going to capture on the 21st. But
right,
it's a cool representation of the city.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think whether or not you get great images or you don't get great images, it's just the fact, years from now, you'll look back, amateurs who tried to take some images will look back at that particular time, because it's been such a long time since they were this close.
Yeah, the funny thing is I put this composite up, on social media, and it like became my most liked image ever. And I'm like, oh gosh, this is just a Photoshop job, but
that's cool. That's cool.
But this labels all the moons here.
Why not?
Yeah. these are how the moons will appear. And this is kind of midday on, at least for us in the U.S., it's midday apparitions. So, I even put the blue wash of a daytime capture over top of it.
Very cool.
So I encourage anybody who's got the opportunity to get out and try to see that. Like I said, it's going to be a challenging thing to capture.
Sure.
Low on the horizon for most of us, unless you're equipped to do a daytime capture, which presents its own challenges. You're going to be shooting really low on the horizon, so you need a clear view. And really this experience, with a long focal length scope is going to be, full of challenges. But I think just sitting back with binoculars or your eyeballs is going to be a really nice way to experience it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I definitely will be out there trying to look myself. So,
yeah.
Provided I'm not, maybe I'll be outside with my computer system, so I'm broadcasting out there. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the challenge. You want to bring it to people live, but you also want to experience it.
Oh, you want to do it too. So
same thing I went through with like the eclipse.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, I know you're heading into an eclipse, but the duality of trying to capture it photographically, try to help people experience it and try to experience it yourself. That pulls you in a lot of directions. And I know when I was faced with that, I was making on the imaging side a lot of mistakes, which in retrospect I wish I wouldn't have made. But I at the same time I got to experience it, with the people I was with, and that makes it worth it.
Oh yeah. So I've seen 3 total eclipses, and for one of them I decided I would not do any photography at all.
Yeah, that's a good choice, especially if it's your first
there
one.
And to see it, to feel it, and that was definitely worthwhile. So sometimes you have to just do it, without always having those processes of how you're going to photograph something going on. It's like you got to go to the Grand Canyon.
Half of my totality in 2017, I was shooting with the solar filter still on the front of the lens during totality, and I was wondering why I wasn't getting any images and trying to look at it at the same time. It was one of those dumb moments halfway through it. But
there's a zillion things happening. It's easy to make mistakes like that, so.
So I just have a couple, I've been doing some solar imaging too. I've got one shot of my solar setup here. We get a lot of questions about what it looks like. So this is the Explore Scientific 152. I've been using this for deep sky also, which is why you see a guide scope on there. But this is with the Daystar Quark and the ASI 174 mm camera on the back. And this is during one of the solar sessions, and I shot that same sunspot that Rodrigo just showed, and it looks like almost the exact same time, because it's got the same appearance. But I zoomed away, I cropped way in on one of my images here, and got a picture of that sunspot, which was in the active
spectacular.
region.
Yeah, I shared it on my news feed, so it's really beautiful.
Yeah, and this is the Earth scale reference. You had asked that question. So that's kind of how the Earth compares in size to that sunspot. And that's probably the biggest sunspot that I've had the chance to capture. So pretty big one.
Incredibly detailed. It's beautiful. It's processed so well too. It's just, you don't get the feeling that it's too harshly processed or, but I know you have to start with good seeing and you have to start with a bunch of stuff, but there's still a bit of work getting to this level.
Yeah, and I've found even with planetary imaging, the longer you do it, presented with even the same data set, a few years later, you're amazed at how much better you're able to handle the data. It just comes with experience, I think.
Sure.
I have a couple of videos. I think I shared this one, the last solar star, or the last virtual star party.
Yeah.
This is just a a monochrome image of this active region over the period of about 90 minutes. And there's a nice filament that pops up
Yeah,
out of
it
the
looks
active
like
region here.
there's like a shadow from the filament or something, the way it's.
Yeah, I mean the filaments just act, when a filament reaches the edge of the disk, it's a prominence, but
Yeah.
when it's over top of the surface of the sun, it appears darker. So I think that's mainly because it's cooler and it's extending up into the atmosphere,
Yeah.
towards us. So it kind of, it kind of blots out what's behind it, and it looks like a shadow.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have
Mesmerizing.
also the sunspot group, which was the one I just showed. I think it was the one I just showed, but this was on November 4th, so it's about a month ago.
Wow. So that close up of the sunspot is that one that we see
I
in
believe
this.
it's that one, yeah. The same one. And then, I said I was using that AR 152 for some narrowband imaging. This was one that I had gotten just a few weeks ago of the Lobster Claw Nebula in HOO, which is hydrogen and oxygen mapped to green and blue. So it's a bicolor narrowband mix.
Yeah.
And I was really happy with the way this scope is performing for narrowband work. It's a pretty detailed look at the region, and really like how the oxygen and hydrogen kind of interplay through these areas. You can see the kind of the different structures of the clouds laying on top of each other.
Beautiful.
Even up through these areas. There's a lot of wispy oxygen nebulae through that area.
It's so intricate.
Yeah, I love these layers here, the hydrogen and oxygen.
Right. It reminds me of Libby talking about the chemicals and the nebulosity and the colors and everything. I think she was trying to describe kind of her feelings of seeing a nebula like this. Where she talks about how parts of it are curved, and then you get these wispy parts and all the structure and everything. And for Libby, it's just she really pores over images like this. So yeah, she should look at your images more often.
And let's see, one other one I had here was the antenna galaxies. Now this is looking past a bright Milky Way star, which is here in the edge of the field of view. This was shot through a Celestron Rasa telescope to get the main field of view. There's a couple galaxies in here. And then I overlaid some longer focal length image for the core of the.
Wow, look at that. It looks like a pair of ARP galaxies or something, interacting galaxies.
Yeah, this the antenna galaxies was just shared as an APOD a few days ago, I think. A Hubble image of it. It's an amazing image of this core area of these two galaxies interacting. Yeah. So these are ones that pass through each other, and they're actually still in the process of colliding, but these streamers of stars which extend out,
go way out
there. Of light years out into intergalactic space.
Yeah. Can you imagine if you could fly a spacecraft from one antenna to the next and go around it would really be incredible.
I always like to imagine what it'd be like, you know, to live in a star
out
out in one
there.
of these, yeah, out here looking,
Right,
having
and
this in
see
your
that
night sky.
those two giant galaxies up there, right? Yeah.
There's this little interesting, you know, I've never seen this one either. This one actually is a similar distance as the antenna galaxies, but it's never been described as interacting with these others. But similar distance and you know, appears close, but I guess what appears close is not really that close.
Right.
That's all I had. Just
All right. Jason, thank you. Thank you for
yeah,
sharing,
thanks.
man. That's awesome. That's awesome. And you have new images that you're working on now?
Always, I'm always way behind and stuff I've
Right.
captured and trying to edit, but we'll get there someday.
Very good. Very good. Okay. All right. So Molly, what have you got to share here with us?
Well, as far as my telescopes go, I've started my sequences for the night. So there's not very like attractive looking views because it's all like monochrome and like a little bit washed out from the light pollution.
Okay.
We could look at no, it's still not much to look at there.
It's what you're doing that's interesting.
Well, I can talk a little bit about, well, let's see. I could talk about a bit about how I automate my telescopes.
Sure.
Okay.
Excellent.
I'll share my screen then. Let's do this one. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, we'll talk about this one. Okay, so what you're looking at here is this is the program Sequence Generator Pro, which is one of several types of software that's out there to do sequence automation on all of your gear, from your camera to your observatory dome. It's so I have two computers outside that run all three of my rigs, and this computer is running my my new Ioptron mount with my Takahashi refractor and ZWO 294 MC color camera. So, and my other computer is running my other two rigs right now. So I'm remoted in, it's out in the backyard. I'm remoting in using Chrome Remote Desktop to see the view here. So,
Okay.
Sorry?
I said okay.
Okay. So over here in this is kind of the main like control box where I put in what kind of exposures I want and what targets. So these are my targets for tonight. NGC 2903 and N99 are too close to the moon for me to image in wideband with this color camera I have on here. So they're unticked for now, but I'm doing M33, which is that gorgeous triangulum galaxy. NGC 1579, which is the Northern Trifid, which is a nebula that looks kind of like the Trifid Nebula, but is a smaller one. I think it's at a higher declination. M78 is a really cool like reflection nebula that's in the vicinity of Orion, off to the east of like the main like the Flame and Horsehead Nebula and stuff like that. And then this one here is just kind of a scene of a couple of nebulous regions up in Auriga that are near the Flaming Star Nebula that I was just perusing for a target to fill a gap, and was looking through Sky Safari and was like, oh, that could be a nice little field to image. So we'll see what I can get. So for each of these, I have, oops, how'd that get unticked? That's what's going on there. So I can set the filter that I use, which is since this is the color camera, I just have a light pollution filter and a regular luminance filter in there. But in the same setup over on my monochrome camera rig, I can set red, green, blue, hydrogen alpha, etc. Put how long the exposure is and how many to take. I just put in a large number and keep taking them until I feel like I have enough. On the ones where I have multiple filters, like for my monochrome camera, I tick multiple of these boxes and I have light pollution, which is my luminance filter, red, green, blue, hydrogen, stuff like that. And it will walk through these targets as I image them from night to night. The other component of this is all of the control of every device that you have. So I have my camera set up, the filter wheel. I have a focuser on this scope, a ZWO focuser, and the Takahashi telescopes are very sensitive to temperature changes. So I actually have this set to refocus for every 1 degree temperature change. There's a little temperature probe hanging off the focuser. And so you can see up here in the upper right corner what the temperature is right now and what the last focus temperature is. So it'll probably be focusing here soonish if it continues to cool down outside. Yeah, and then it controls the mount. So on the Ioptron mount, it'll send a command to the mount to go to the target that I want, and it will actually plate solve and get that target centered, dead in the center, or whatever coordinates you have fed it. If you want to have multiple targets in the view or whatever, it'll take those coordinates and take a picture, plate solve it, see if it's right, and if it's not right, move the telescope so that it is right, take another picture, verify that it's right, and then it'll iterate over this if your telescope doesn't have very good go-to. Usually I just have to do it twice. It will run your auto guider, so it talks to PhD, and it will like start it and stop it when you're changing targets or focusing or whatever. My guiding is actually not super great right now. I was able to get it down to 1 arc second, 1 or 1.1 arc seconds. Generally, yeah. And I have run PEC on it, but I think I need to do it again in a better part of the sky. It was up kind of near zenith when I was doing it. So I just want to do some refinements on the guiding and stuff like that. So it'll command PhD, and if you have fancy things like an observatory dome or a rotator or a flat box, it can control all those things too. I don't have any of those fancy things.
Not yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so pretty much what I do is I go outside, I take the covers off my scope, so I turn the dew heaters on, I plop my laptops down, plug everything in, and I hit go, and I go inside and eat dinner and watch TV and drink a glass of wine and go to bed.
Wonderful.
I go collect the data in the morning. It's real nice. I have paid my dues in staying up until 3 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold temperatures. Don't worry. Yeah. It has taken a lot of time for me to get to this polished of a setup. But yeah, so in the background here is an image of M33. It's in black and white right now because Sequence Generator Pro doesn't automatically debayer the preview for you. So it's this is a color image, but it's just appearing in monochrome still, and you can see it pretty nicely there.
Yeah,
it's got a pretty high background, but once I stack a whole bunch of these, this is why I have to image over many nights, is because I'm in a pretty light polluted area. I'm in the Bay Area, it's Bortle 7, so I have to take many hours of data. I've been getting between 15 and 30 hours on a lot of my targets recently, which has been really cool, over the course of about 2 months or so that I can really beat down that light pollution and pull out all the nice details from the background. So yeah,
that's awesome. What I have there. Molly, what are your favorite objects? I mean, what really fascinates you about the sky object-wise?
I love nebula. They're my favorite thing to image. The colors are so nice, and there's just so much like incredible, intricate detail that you can pull out in imaging that are really hard to see with the eye. And of course, the color you can't really see with the eye either. So like when I've imaged the Rosette Nebula before, or imaged the elephant trunk or something like that, there's so much structure in the nebulae that if you process it well, you can really highlight that structure, and it's neat because all that structure is really just from the stars in the field inside of that nebula and their stellar winds blasting out and shaping the gas, and mixed in with dark nebula and stars being in different places, and more hydrogen gas being here than there. You get these really intricate details, these little fingers like on the tip of the Eagle Nebula, the Pillars of Creation section of that,
Right.
The Bach globules, the little tiny, well, they look tiny, but they're probably actually like a light year across or something. Little like dark gas clouds in a lot of emission nebula. I love bringing out all that little detail, and I'm still getting better at that.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's great.
I can show an image I just finished recently.
Sure, let's do it.
All right. Give me just a second here. Sorry. All right, so this is the Flaming Star Nebula, which is an enormous emission nebula with a little bit of reflection in it up in Auriga, or in the Auriga area. I think it's in Auriga itself. And this is actually a long-term project. I started it last fall with taking luminance data through my light pollution filter and my color camera. But I was using the wrong light pollution filter at the time, and my stars were pretty bloated from the infrared not being corrected and stuff like that. But I also, last fall, got a fair bit of luminance data on my monochrome camera. And then, actually, no, sorry. I finally got the right filter I needed. I'm looking at my data sheet. Finally got the right filter I needed, got more color data that was with the correct filter, the CLS CCD filter. And then in January, got a bunch of hydrogen data. And that's what really makes this image pop is the hydrogen. Let's see, I don't have a non-hydrogen one handy, but here's just the hydrogen on its own.
Right.
I mixed in the color to this and used the hydrogen to enhance the red signal of the color image. And there's so much intricate structure. I did some decomposition on this. And you get really nice tight stars too in the hydrogen channel. So much incredible structure here. And then it goes on way off over here a lot further than my color camera could see through the light pollution. So I was able just to get so much more. And then when I combined it with the color data to get some really nice, rich red color, this is probably the best red I've gotten on an image with hydrogen data so far. So I ended up with only a little under 4 hours of color data, but then I had just a little under 6 hours of hydrogen data. So I was able to really kind of bring that out. And there's a little bit of reflection nebula in here. I couldn't bring out a whole lot of it. But yeah, alas, there it is. the little blue sections there.
Right. Look at that, like these blue flecks in there.
Yeah. I think that there's more. I've seen pictures where there's kind of more a little bit further out from this primary star here. And you can really see how I think this is the star that is really doing a lot of the shaping here, because you can kind of see it's carved a little hole for itself here, and I kind of have these structures here of, you can almost imagine like molding clay or something with a strong force of your hand or something.
Right.
In the stars, the energetic stellar wind that's coming off of the star is what is shaping all of this gas, not just immediately around the star, but even further out. And it's what's energizing it and making it glow red.
Wow. All from that one star.
I think, yeah, I think so. That tends to be the case with a lot of emission nebula, that it's really like at least from what I've been reading, it's really like one star that tends to illuminate most of the hydrogen gas, with some exceptions. Like the Rosette Nebula, for instance, is actually a cluster of stars that's illuminating the gas.
Wonderful. There's lots of nice comments about your images, and they're inspired by you, Molly. Let's see. I think we had. It seemed like we had a question here. There's some comments. They were talking about the eclipse, and one guy said he had 4 cameras running on the eclipse in 2017. But when push came to shove, I stopped what I was doing and just looked at it. Next eclipse, one camera only.
Yes, what I've done for eclipses is, well, I really wanted to take the advice seriously of not having a camera in your hand and just absorbing the eclipse. For the first one I went to back in 2017 here in the US. But what I did was I used, so I had just a DSLR at the time. I didn't have any of my Astro cameras yet. So I used the Backyard Nikon software to sequence my Nikon camera. I could have done it in Sequence Generator Pro, but it downloads frames really slowly for some reason. So Backyard Nikon was going to be a lot quicker for triggering exposures. Sure. So I spent months writing the sequence and practicing it and refining it and getting the timings exactly right and working out all possible bugs. I had an Eclipse timer app on my phone so that I could practice, like, all right, these are the exposures that need to start during Bailey speeds, and these exposures need to go right at second contact so that I can get the prominences that are right there on the edge. And I timed out the entire thing and used Fred Espenak's website, where he has a whole table of exposure times to capture different features. And you just set your ISO and then you use these exposure times, and it worked really phenomenally. So I hit go at 1 minute before totality, and then I didn't look at it again until after totality. And I used the camera app to remind myself to pull the filter off the telescope.
I see.
And they came out dead perfect. I could not have done a better job at that eclipse.
All this pre-planning and practice and stuff really does pay off.
Yeah. And the pictures came out perfect. And it helped that there was a couple of sunspots on the sun for that one. So I was able to focus really precisely. I used a little 76 millimeter Borg telescope that just did a great job and had really, really sharp focus. And I reused the same sequence when I went to Chile last summer. And because the eclipse was almost the same amount of time. So I just had to tweak some of the times a little bit.
Right.
And I tweaked some other exposure times and settings from what I learned in the 2017 eclipse. But that one also went really well. And yes, I'll be
all of you guys listening right now, you got lots of time before the 2023 annular, and that you can practice on the annular, of course, and then 2024, so start working on it now,
Yeah, being able to be totally hands off is really nice. And there's a piece of software called Eclipse Orchestrator or something like that costs some money, but saves you some of the legwork.
Right.
But I just decided to do the legwork myself because I was cheap.
Being cheap's okay. Cheap's okay. After reading about Alan Stern and his work at NASA, shaving off every dollar that he could to make his spacecraft lean and mean and under budget, was I think really inspiring. That you can get great stuff done, and just like in the amateur world, you can get great stuff done and not spend a fortune doing it. So,
where there's a will, there's a way.
There's a will, there's a way. That's right. That's right.
You can make any of your Astro gear work for you at the end of the day.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so we have Bob Denny and we've got Chuck Allen here, and I'm curious what you guys would like to share.
Go ahead, Chuck.
You're muted, Chuck.
How's that? A little
That's better.
Okay. I have a little mini program I can share if you need it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. This is sort of a takeoff on the program that we did last time. Last time we were looking at extremes in astronomy, record holders, hottest, furthest, smallest, most massive, and so forth. Today, I'd like to look at something a little different. Can I share screen now?
Sure.
All right.
By the way, I mean, people, since you did that extremes project or presentation, I mean, people have been talking about it nonstop. So,
well, I know a few of them have contacted me to do programs on it, so I
Good.
got that impression. I'm happy to hear it.
Good.
We're going to talk right now about sizes in the universe and look at some comparisons that might be of interest to a lot of people in your audience. We'll start with some pretty basic stuff here. First of all, this is an image of the largest prominence ever recorded on the sun. It occurred on June 4th, 1946.
Wow.
And leapt to a height of 250,000 miles above the solar chromosphere, above the surface. And that is roughly the distance between the Earth and the Moon, the distance from the surface to the top of the prominence here. It was incredible. Here is an image showing you the Moon on the right, the Earth on the left, and the planet Mercury in between. There are several moons in the solar system: Ganymede, Jupiter's moon Ganymede, and Saturn's moon Titan, that are actually bigger than Mercury. But Mercury orbits the sun, so it's a planet. Venus, called our sister planet because it's almost the same size as the Earth. It's about 397 miles in diameter, less than that of the Earth, almost the same size. The sister planet moniker might be a little misplaced, though, when you consider the fact that the surface temperature is about 865 degrees Fahrenheit, and the pressure at the surface is 90 atmospheres. That's the equivalent pressure of being 3,000 feet deep in water.
Chuck, that prominence, yes. What year was that again?
1946, June 4th.
46, June 4th.
Okay.
Yep.
This is a comparison of the apparent size of the moon seen from Earth when the moon is at perigee versus apogee. There's a difference of about 40,000 kilometers when the moon is further away from the Earth in its elliptical orbit. And you see the difference it makes. We call these perigee moments supermoons sometimes, and the others have been occasionally called micromoons. Here's Mars in comparison with the Earth. It's about 1/2 of Earth's diameter, almost exactly, but only about 1/8 the volume of the Earth. Interestingly, though, the land area of the Earth is approximately equal to the total surface of Mars.
That is interesting.
So there's as much land on Mars as there is on Earth. Not nearly enough water, though, that we've found yet. Okay. And here, of course, is Earth with our largest planet, Jupiter. Jupiter, about 11 times the diameter of the Earth. About 1,330 Earths would fit inside of Jupiter if it were hollow. Jupiter, of course, is basically a failed star. It's a ball of essentially hydrogen. And if it were a little bit larger, the pressure in the center would start reaching temperatures that would start fusion to occur. And this would make it into a brown dwarf. The temperature at the center of Jupiter is about 63,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is obviously hotter than the surface of the sun, but is nowhere near hot enough to cause fusion to occur. The more massive stars become, they become low mass stars, red dwarfs rather, and then become regular stars like the sun after that. Here's the Earth compared with Saturn. Saturn close to 9 times the diameter of the Earth.
Yeah, we could just pop through the rings, it looks like.
But Saturn is actually the least dense planet in the solar system. In fact, it's so lacking in density that it would float in water if you could find a pan of water big enough to float it in. Interestingly, Saturn would fill most of the distance, its ring system rather, would fill most of the distance between the Earth and the Moon. From tip to tip, it's about 75% of that distance. Uranus, about 4 times larger than the Earth. Neptune is close to the same size, about 1,000 miles in diameter smaller than Neptune, than Uranus rather. And here's Neptune compared to the Earth. As I said earlier during the program, Neptune is actually the more massive of the 2 planets, even though it's smaller. And the reason it's smaller is because it's more massive. Its gravity has pulled in the material a little bit closer to it. Here is Pluto with Indiana superimposed on it to give you a little idea of the size of what used to be our 9th planet. You see the heart feature over here. And some people think they see Goofy here with the snout and the head, but or excuse me, Pluto, the Disney character Pluto. These are the trans-Neptunian objects that created a problem for Pluto. Eris, which is seen here, was thought to actually be larger than Pluto. Michael Brown began discovering a lot of these trans-Neptunian objects. And the IAU's consideration in 2006 started with whether to make them planets. And concern arose that too many planets were going to be created. I don't know why that would be a problem. If you have 50 planets, you have 50 planets. If kids in first grade can't memorize them all, too bad. But
the acronym we'll have to come up with. Think of the money. It's hard.
This planet thing. It's crazy.
You need longer acronyms is all. So anyway, later measurements showed Eris to be about 31 miles in diameter, smaller than Pluto. So Pluto's still the king of the TNOs and is quite a substantial system.
Mm-hmm. Chuck, there's a question here.
Yes.
Martin Eastburn would like to know, does anyone know why the spins are so different from others? Some are 90 degrees off and such. He's talking about the planets.
Yeah. Well, in the case of Uranus, which is tipped over, I think, about 97 degrees, it's thought that a major impact occurred in the vicinity of Uranus at some point. In fact, some of the evidence for that is the moon Miranda, which looks like a bunch of baby blocks that came collecting back together gravitationally after being destroyed. Miranda is a moon that has cliffs 12 miles high, a very blocky appearance, as if something destroyed it at some point and it recollected. In other cases, you have Venus, whose North Pole is considered to be down. You have to understand, however, that North Poles are now defined as the pole, not that makes I don't know if you can see my finger here. This is a right-handed rotation. This is what the Earth has. We have a right-handed rotation. North Pole, we rotate from west to east. Venus's North Pole is a left-handed rotation. And it's not because it was dumped over on its side by any impact, but the rotation, we still regard the pole that points in the same direction as the Earth's pole as being Venus's North Pole, despite the left-handed rotation. In fact, the definition of North Pole is the pole that points above the invariant plane of the solar system. That's the average plane of the planets around the solar system. Think essentially of the plane of Jupiter's orbit. And we even apply North Poles to galaxies based on whether they point above or below that invariant plane defined by the average mass of the solar system. This is a slide that is intended to show you the apparent sizes in the sky to which the various planets reach. Obviously, the winner is Venus here, which reaches as large as 63 arc seconds in size, which is about 1/28th the diameter or the apparent diameter of the moon in the sky. Mm-hmm. Here are smaller Venus phases, of course, Jupiter being second. And when you have a nice opposition of Mars, it gets about this big, not quite as big as Jupiter, but we had a very nice one recently.
Pretty big.
Yeah. The size of the sun seen from various planets, the most notable would be Mercury. For Mercury, the sun would subtend an angle in the sky of 1.4 degrees compared to 1/2 degree on Earth. That means the apparent surface area of the sun seen from Mercury would be 8 times that of the sun seen from Earth. A little warm. This is a comet we visited, of course, Comet Churyumov-Gerasimenko. It's 2.7 miles by 2.4 miles roughly, except for the strong indentations there. So I thought I would show you what that comet nucleus would look like if it were, say, set down on a city. And there you are. So this is not something you would like to have slam into the Earth at 50 or 60,000 miles per hour. that would be what we term suboptimal.
But a sculpture like that, you
Yeah.
know, in the city would look pretty cool. So
Yeah, you better have a good base.
right.
These are some comparisons of telescope sizes in the world. The largest single telescope that we have is the Gran Telescopio Canaris right here, which is about 409 inches, a multi-mirror system. The second largest is the Hobby Everly telescope, each component of which is 394 inches. Excuse me, I'm pointing to the wrong one. I'm sorry. Here it is. It's a single unit. It's actually fixed in location. It doesn't move around like most telescopes do. And it has a diameter of 394 inches. And this is down at McDonald Observatory. Tied with that are the Keck telescope mirrors, each of which are the same size as the Hobby Everly, 394 inches. The largest combined apertures of multi-mirror systems, the largest belongs to the Very Large Telescope at Cerro Paranal in Chile. It has 4 323-inch mirrors that operate together. We're back to Keck in second place because it has 2 of those 394-inch mirrors. And third place belongs to the Large Binocular Telescope at Mount Graham in Arizona, a pair of 331-inch mirrors. And here you see a basketball court compared to some of these.
Wow.
Here we're looking at a white dwarf, the size of a white dwarf. Now, these are leftover cores after older stars that have less than 8 solar masses slough off their outer layers to become planetary nebulae. And what's left over is the old core of the star. These are roughly the size of the Earth, as you can see here. They're roughly equal to the mass of the sun, however, but about 1 million times denser than the sun. The acceleration of gravity, if you were standing on the Earth and you jumped off a cliff, you would fall, you'd gain about 22 miles per hour each second until air resistance began to slow you down. But ignoring that, you'd gain 22 miles per hour each second. If you jumped off a cliff, hypothetical cliff near the surface of a white dwarf, you would gain 11,400 miles per hour each second. Okay. Now here we have the remnant of a star's core left over after a supernova. This is when a star with 8 or more solar masses explodes in a terrific explosion that compresses the core into what we call a neutron star. These roughly have a size of about 6 miles in diameter. Here you see it poised over a city of about 100,000 people. It has the mass of the sun compressed into 6 mile diameter ball. It's about 1 quadrillion times denser than the sun. And if you had a hypothetical cliff that even could exist near the surface of this and jumped off it, you would gain 4.1 million miles per hour each second. That would be the acceleration of gravity at the surface.
I heard that you'd be going something like a quarter of the speed of light by the time you got near the surface or something like that?
Well, it depends on where you start falling. Yeah, I mean, if you can give it long enough to fall, I mean, you're going to pick up 4 million miles per hour each second. The speed of light's about 669 million miles per hour.
Oh, and then I think I heard that your feet would be would be rotating faster than your upper body. Like,
yeah, it's sort of the you're getting into the spaghettification that you talk about with singularities and black holes here, because the tidal forces of any object close to something this massive, the front side would be accelerating faster than the back side, so it would tear apart, for example, a moon that got near this. You see this phenomenon in Jupiter's moon Io. Io is very close to Jupiter. Because of that, it gets stretched in the direction of Jupiter. The front side facing Jupiter gets pulled harder than the back side, and it stretches Io in that direction. Io then rotates and it gets stretched in another direction, and it's like bending a piece of aluminum over and over and over again. It just gets hotter and hotter, which is why you see such volcanism on Io rather constantly. Now here we have Proxima Centauri, compared to the size of Jupiter. And we also see it compared here to the distance between the Earth and the Moon to give you an idea about how big Proxima is. It's a red dwarf star about 4.2 light years away, the closest star to the Sun. And you notice it's not a whole lot bigger than Jupiter, but if Jupiter, if we began piling more and more gas onto Jupiter, its gravity would increase. So its size would not increase dramatically fast because of the fact that gravity would be holding it down. And eventually it would get slightly larger and much hotter in the core. You need to get up around 30 million degrees in the core to start getting fusion. Here are the main components of the Alpha Centauri system. Here's Proxima again, and here are Alpha A and B Centauri. And they are very sun-like in size and in color. Here are a couple of other stars. This is an actual image of Altair taken with the Chara interferometer.
Wow.
Altair is about 1.5 million miles in diameter equatorially. That's about a little less than 2 solar masses worth of mass, and it's about 10 times more luminous than the Sun.
Is it bulging at its waist there because of the spin, or?
Yeah, rapid spin, yes.
I see.
And you'll see some more severe examples of that in just a moment. Here is Procyon compared to the Sun. It's about 1.5 times more massive, about twice the diameter of the Sun, 7 times more luminous than the Sun.
Right.
Fomalhaut, also about 2 solar masses, but 17 times brighter, more luminous rather than the Sun in absolute terms. And Vega. Now, Vega's got some spin on it. This is a star that's about 2 solar masses, again, but it's about 40 times more luminous than the Sun and rotates in 12.5 hours compared to the Sun's month, basically, of rotation. This is 90% of Vega's critical rotation rate. If it sped up 10 more percent, it would break apart. So it's right at the limit. Regulus 2, very oblong. Once again, has a diameter about 2.5 million miles at equatorial, measured equatorially. And it rotates in 15.9 hours, but because of its greater mass, it's reached nearly 96.5% of its critical rate, much faster at all, and it would break apart completely. Capella, the first beacon of winter that rises in the northeast, is actually 2 stars, 2 yellow stars. They're about 7 and 10 million miles in diameter each. They each have about 2.5 times the Sun's mass, and each of them is 75 times more luminous than the Sun. Very bright stars. Spica, even more significant. These are stars that are 3 and 6 million miles in diameter. They have 11 and 7 times the mass of the Sun and are 20 and 2 times brighter, more luminous than the Sun. When I say brighter, I mean more luminous, seen from the same distance. We get to some larger stars here, Arcturus in Boötes. This is 14 times larger than the Sun and 170 times more luminous.
Jeez.
Yet it has only the same mass as the Sun. Equal. Aldebaran in Taurus, 38 million miles in diameter. It would subsume the orbit of Mercury if it were centered where the Sun is. It's 439 times more luminous than the Sun, but again, same mass as the Sun.
So, Chuck, if it has the same mass, I mean, if our sun, when our sun goes red giant phase, will it blow to these sizes?
Absolutely.
Wow.
That's our future.
That's our future.
That's our future. Okay. Rigel. Rigel is an enormous blue giant star, and I just thought I'd show you a little comparison of the size of the Sun compared to Rigel and Orion. It's an amazing star.
Jeez.
Antares is even larger compared to the Sun. Heart of the Scorpion, of course. And the
Same
largest,
mass, same mass as the sun, or
I'm not sure about Antares,
sure
but
about that.
probably not much more. Yeah.
Okay.
The Betelgeuse here is about 1,500 times the size of the sun, would almost subsume Saturn's orbit.
Wow.
You see an actual image of Betelgeuse taken with the Hubble Space Telescope down here.
Yeah.
You probably saw some of those recently due to its dimming.
Mm-hmm.
And the largest known star we talked about the last time, Scott, this is Stephenson 218.
Holy smokes.
It's 19,000 light years away from us and has a diameter of 1.86 billion miles. That's the Earth's orbit you see there on the left compared to the surface of the star. It is about 2,150 times larger than the sun.
Right. Clear Light 58 says, and yet all of these stars are tiny in comparison to the size of the universe.
Yeah.
Just a speck of sand or dust on the beach.
Before you start feeling bad for the sun, though, bear in mind that the sun is larger than about 96% of all stars. Most stars are red dwarfs. And so we're seeing the unusual stars that are huge. They're bright in our sky for that reason. And here you see a bunch of the brightest non-giant northern stars compared to the sun. And we'll now throw in a few of the giants along with it. The sun gets a little smaller here, as you can see. And I'll show you the distance between the sun and the Earth here as a line to give you some comparison to the size of these stars. What you're seeing here is called the Kepler orrery. What you're seeing here are the actual movements of planets. The stars are left out. Here you see the solar system, the entire solar system, represented by this circle. And you see out here just a collection of other solar systems without their stars. You'll notice most of them seem to be orbiting much more tightly than our solar system. Most of the planets we've been discovering are much closer to their stars than the planets in our solar system are. That doesn't mean they don't have planets further out. It just means we haven't detected them yet. It's less likely, for example, that you would find Neptune transiting the sun from a great distance away from the sun than it would be to see the Earth doing so. And here's a slide we had before, the largest known black hole, 666 solar masses, 240 billion miles in diameter. Neptune's orbit seen at the middle.
Wow.
And here are just some comparisons of apparent size in the sky. If you could see Andromeda in its full extent, when you look up, it would look considerably larger than a full moon, or a gibbous moon in this case. And indeed, here you have the Lagoon Nebula, M8, and M42, also larger than a full moon, if you could see their full extent in the sky visually. And here are a few other objects, true to size. If you were looking out at a full moon this size, M33 would be larger, M42 would be larger, M31 much larger, M101 about the same size, and Silver Coin Galaxy and Sculptor about the same length as the width of a full moon. The Veil Nebula a little bit longer. And here are actual comparisons of the galaxies, some of the major galaxies in our local group. This is not apparent size. This is a comparison of actual sizes of the galaxies. Triangulum Galaxy M33 being the third largest in the group. Estimates of the Milky Way size keep varying. There are some recent estimates that have the Milky Way rivaling Andromeda in size. Magellanic Clouds seen down here. And going to further reaches of space, we start with the Milky Way here. We see the Cartwheel Galaxy here, the little Sombrero Galaxy down here, M100. Hoag's object over here, a nice circular wheel galaxy, and we have Hercules A and its jets seen here. And the M87, the giant elliptical galaxy in Virgo, seen here dwarfing the Milky Way. but it's not the largest. The largest is IC 1101. Has a diameter of 2 million light years, 20 times the mass, 20 times the size, rather, of the Milky Way. It would barely fit between Andromeda and the Milky Way. And here
Wow.
you see IC 1101 compared to the Milky Way, Andromeda, and M87.
Good Lord.
And this is the furthest galaxy ever imaged, GNZ11. It was taken in a very long exposure by the Hubble Space Telescope. It's a galaxy only 600 light years across, has about 1 billion stars in it. And the light travel time from this galaxy is considered to be 13.4 billion years, which means the light's been traveling to us from this galaxy for most of the history of the universe, which is 13.8 billion years old. When we talk about distances like this, it's really kind of confusing to people. Obviously, when the light left GNZ11, it was much closer to us because we're seeing this galaxy as it was when the universe was only 400 million years old and vastly smaller than it is today. But the universe has been expanding the whole time the light's been trying to reach us. And so by the time the light did reach us, and we took this picture, it had traveled 13.4 billion light years. But in the whole time the light was traveling to us, the universe was expanding. So the galaxy today is actually 32 billion light years away. If that seems confusing, I always tell people to think of a dad teaching his daughter to swim. You know, the daughter's hanging on to the side of the pool, and dad's standing 10 feet away saying, now come on, I showed you how to do it, just swim to me. So the daughter begins to swim like crazy, trying to get to dad's waiting arms. But what do dads always do? They back up. And so dad starts backing away and encouraging his daughter, and his daughter keeps swimming and keeps swimming. And finally, after dad has backed away to 25 feet, the daughter reaches him, having swum 25 feet. However, the whole time this has been happening, the wall of that she left has been retreating in the other direction because the universe is expanding. And so when the daughter looks back over the 25 feet that she swam, the wall is 75 feet away. So that's the situation here. We're seeing this galaxy as if dad were looking at his daughter from 10 feet away. But the light had to travel 25 feet to get to dad because dad was backing away, or the pool was expanding. And by the time the light got to us, the wall was 75 feet away. The galaxy's at 32 billion light years. Now, how far is that? Well, the furthest object that we have ever sent into space, Voyager 1, is at 14 billion miles. If that represents 1 unit of distance, the distance to GNZ11 is 13 trillion times further. And to give you an idea how much that is, I would like to ask you to imagine that the distance to GNZ11 was represented by a trip around the world, in which case the furthest that we've ever sent a spacecraft would be about 1/3 the width of a blood corpuscle. We got a lot more exploring to do.
We got a lot more to go.
Yes, we do. And that's it.
Wow, Chuck, that's awesome. That's great. That is great. Wonderful. Okay. My
report would be very short.
Go ahead, Bob.
I promise. I purposely put myself behind Chuck because I'm here as a technologist and not an astronomer, so I don't have an astronomical presentation. I love this. I like being here. I like to hear what people are doing, particularly listening to Molly, who is using Sequence Generator Pro. I know Ken Pendlebury and Jared really well. I work with them. I also do automation software as my business. So, but I'm here as a representative of the group of people who provide universal interfaces that allow one program to talk to any device that's out there. And you can talk to the people who wrote SGP. They will tell you that that software would not exist if they had to write special code for every mount, every focuser, every dome, every filter wheel, and every camera out there.
It wouldn't happen.
You couldn't do it. And so we have universal interfaces for each one of those things. and it has transformed now into universal across all the platforms in the last couple of years. That's what I'm involved with. I'm going to share my screen briefly. I want to make sure I don't put this program up first. I won't take much time. I just want to point out.
Take your time. It's no problem.
Let's see. This must be it.
It's not late. It's not late.
Okay. Can you see a web browser here?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Okay. So the first place to point out is a big thread on Cloudy Nights where Alpaca, which is the new incarnation of those ASCOM interfaces, is starting to really take hold. It's marked hot right here. It's very, very busy and a lot of people talking. Mark Sproul is Mark 77, and he kind of got it right away, like I'll say a year and a half or so ago at a conference that I was at, and we talked, and he was very hostile to the idea. This can't work, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden a light bulb went off in him, and he has done an amazing bunch of work. And this is the thread for the discussion of what he's been doing with Alpaca, which is the same universal interfaces, but over the internet. So well, over network connections, not over the wide area. That would be a bad idea, but within an observatory over Wi-Fi. So you could have a Wi-Fi mount and a Wi-Fi focuser, and then talk to those things using the universal interfaces from software on any of the platforms as well. So that's where things are going. This is one big discussion. Here is the ASCOM website itself. That's ascom-standards.org. I should put that in the comments if I can. I think I can. Hold on. I put those in the YouTube comments, which I detached. Okay. These two videos are possibly, they're very long, but they're also possibly interesting. This really goes into detail, but non-technical, of the history and what's really going on with this, and why universal interfaces are important and why universal connectivity is important. And this is a demonstration that's put on by Optech, one of the companies that's kind of leading the charge on the commercial side, showing their new products that work on all the platforms and are interchangeable. There is a hot group here on groups.io, which you can subscribe to either as a mailing list, or you can get on and use it as a threaded forum. And that is linked from here. This button, this groups.io button, will take you there. There are actually 3 groups: a help forum, a developer forum, which all of you probably won't be interested in, and then a core team forum, which is the core team private communications. And that's the last thing I want to talk about. I'm not the guy who does the development of ASCOM anymore. I'm kind of a flag waver. I did it personally for over 10 years and then transitioned over to now Tim Long, Rick Burke, Peter Simpson, and Daniel Van Noord. Those 4 people are the core of the people who do it now and who are going forward with it. Peter Simpson probably does more work than I'm going to drop this just a sec. Okay, I'm back. Peter does the platform, and I hope I'm not boring people, but the platform you install, all it is a bunch of libraries that the driver developers can use to shorten the time it takes them to go from concept to finished driver. Mm-hmm. And it has test tools, the universal interfaces defined so that they just drop their code into a template, a bunch of things. And that's constantly being updated and evolved. I should mention that at the end of October, NASA cut off access to the Earth rotation data, the delta T numbers and so forth that are used in some of the internals. And it took everybody by surprise. And so this has caused kind of some problems in the last few weeks. there's a way to flip a switch and stop the automatic update of those numbers in the platform. So that's all that's on this help site, and it's easily explained, and that's going to change in the next few weeks. We're going to mirror that data so that problem doesn't occur in the future. And that's too much detail. In any case, those 4 people are the main energy behind the development work. And I am just out with my little flag waving it and telling people why universal interfaces are important, and why you cannot, that the reason all of this software that you see out there really works well is for that reason. The one area that is not universal is cameras. There is there's work being done to make it more adaptable to the newer CMOS cameras, and there was a change that came about this year for that. And so now we're just waiting for the smoke to clear on that. But the camera interface, the definition is for taking pictures, not for video streams, not for taking like lucky imaging for planetary, where you're acquiring images every second or two and stacking them live and all that. That's not the job. That's so who was showing that picture, the image they were taking that was live stacked? Was that, I don't remember. Yeah, that's you. So that was SharpCap that you were using? Yeah. So those people still have to write directly to the cameras that are out there. They have to write special code for each vendor of cameras, and in some cases for each model of camera from each vendor. So they have a big job of being able to provide that, but at least they don't have to worry about that for mounts, domes, focusers, filter wheels, and all the other stuff that is standardized. So that's all. I want to point one more time again to the ASCOM website, which is, I believe, I don't see this now. Nope. Why can't I get this one page? All right, well, I'll try it like this. I think you're going to end up seeing my entire screen. I don't see just the application. But anyway, this is the ASCOM website. Are you seeing it now?
Yeah.
Okay. But inside my whole screen. These videos and the information in here are, we've had a lot of discussion recently on the sites that indicate that people are still confused. They still think it's all Windows dependent, and well, you need to have a Windows system or it doesn't work. And there's just a lot of misinformation out there. So I'm here really to try to help people. If you have the time and the curiosity, it is a support infrastructure. So it's not, you shouldn't see it. You should not see this stuff while you're doing or you're observing, but it is essential for the ecosystem of software that's out there right now. It would not exist were it not for this. So I'm just here to maybe help you guys understand how important it is.
Right.
Thank you.
Bob, there's a person is making a wish or whatever, but says, I wish more programs would be compatible with Mac. Now, through Alpaca, they are, correct?
Yes. But I'm guessing the question really relates to there's not really a lot of astronomy software running on Macs anyway. You can't find SGP and PixInsight and these things because it is a royal pain to develop really deep software that runs across platforms. You end up with least common denominator languages, least common denominator capabilities, and you can get just so far doing that. I think the people who've done one of the best jobs of it is Software Bisque. The SkyX for being cross-platform is a really, really amazing piece of work.
Yeah,
it took them a lot of years to put the capability of using devices through the ASCOM universal interfaces. That is all now part of the Sky. They've also added the capability, say 6 or so more years ago, that a program like SGP can use the Paramount without having to write special code to talk to it, because they put an inbound ASCOM interface on the Sky that lets you control a Paramount or any of their telescope mount family. So they got on the bandwagon, I'll say 5, 6, 7 years ago. And that for a cross-platform is really great. And I'm hoping that they'll see the benefit of Alpaca, but it's just, there's not a lot of software on the Mac.
Right.
For astronomy, period. Whether it could talk to, if let's say, well, okay, Carte du Ciel, Patrick Chevally's planetarium does run on the Mac. It has Alpaca capabilities today. And by virtue of a gateway that's available, it can be, you can publish your mount that's controlled on Windows. Let's say you have an astrophysics mount. That software for the astrophysics, the driver and the astrophysics command center, that sits on Windows. So you can buy a $150, $200 Windows baby computer and put that software on there for your mount. And then from your Mac, you can talk through this gateway and use the unmodified astrophysics software from Alpaca. That two-way gateway between the COM world and the Alpaca world exists today. And on Windows, you just bring up the chooser and it will show you Alpaca devices mixed in with the native Windows ones. That exists today too. So it's come a long way in the last couple of years. And Peter Simpson and Daniel Van Noord are the two guys that have really put the time, work, and imagination and creativity into that. It's just wonderful.
Yeah. It would be interesting to have those guys come on with you at one point, and we could probably do a separate program just on Alpaca and ASCOM environment. And I would be happy to do that.
You might get some glazed eyes.
If you can get through. I've been glazed before.
If you can get through the non-technical overview on the ASCOM site, then, if it's still interesting to you after that, then that's something. But that really doesn't get into the blood and guts at all. It's just the conceptual, what it is, what an interface is, why it's important, why universal interfaces are important, and how the two types of communications are just being used to offer the same set of function calls and functions on all environments.
Okay. All right.
But that's on that ascom-standards.org site, which I put as a link on the chat, and I don't know where else to put it.
Did you send it over to me?
Sure.
Oh, you put it on the chat here. That's good.
Yeah, on the public chat. I typed it in. I have it on YouTube, but I think your Restream bot probably sent it to everybody.
Yeah, it does.
It's not that far back. Look for Jeff Weiss, and it's right above that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Well, thank you for having me on too, Scott. I appreciate it. I will be here again on the 21st for sure.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer questions on this. I don't want to be too much of a lecturer every time I come on. It's just like replaying the same damn recording over and over.
No. But I think that I think people are absorbing what you have to say, and it does give me the idea of having a separate 30-40 minute show, that I could do during the daytime. We would promote that to the developers in our open go-to community. There's programmers out there. They would love to hear this, so.
That would be good.
Yeah.
That just users, astronomers need to know, though, also that ASCOM is not a program. I hear it all the time. ASCOM crashed. No, your driver crashed, or your USB port got turned off by Windows behind your back, or what. And if you have a problem with your mount, go talk to the mount maker and get them, work with them on it.
To fix that.
ASCOM's not a program.
Right.
It's just a set of definitions and a set of libraries and tools that make it easier for application like SGP writers, and they use very heavily those tools to reduce the amount of time it takes for them to program their thing. And people like astrophysics and other mount developers use those tools to develop the drivers. Well, not only mounts, but all the other devices I said. So it's
Sure.
libraries and definitions. That's what ASCOM is.
Right. Right. The ASCOM standards. That's right.
Not a program. It's not a thing that you start.
Right. All right. Well, so do we have anything else that people would like to share here before we go?
I got an image live.
Oh, good.
Great.
Yeah.
Wow. Ooh. Nice.
We got 13 5-minute subs on the old Orion Nebula.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I'll show you this. When you have a SharpCap Pro, you can, play around with the kind of like the same thing as the screen transfer function.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have anywhere near the the ability to get in with the precision.
Yeah, but that looks pretty.
That looks great.
Yeah, I mean, considering that all those photons came in within the last hour and 5 minutes.
Right.
I mean, it's not really edited. It's just set the 2 bars, and I think I mean, I'm still very new. I just passed a year into this like a month ago, but I feel like for people wanting to do outreach, that SharpCap Pro might be really good, especially with a color camera. I mean, I know that there's so many programs out there, and they're all good for so many different reasons. But I had the ZWO software crash out on me in August, and ended up like installing this right before a star party, and I've been using it ever since. And I ended up paying for the Pro version. I'm very happy with it.
The Pro version's like $15 a year. It's not expensive like other.
I thought it was only once.
Like my software, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you can't really sequence in SharpCap. I mean, you kind of can, but it's got some other really great tools for like the live stacking. I need to use a little more of that for outreach events once we can do those again.
Yeah, that's
and I use it for all my planetary capturing.
I'm a lot more of a manual, hands-on, especially at this point. I mean, getting the USB cable out the back and doing everything through one USB 3 and 12-volt power running out the window. There's only 2 wires running out my window.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's working pretty good for now. I even had a dropout. I don't know if it was a USB thing, a Windows thing, or just the ZWO 120. It's been a little cranky once or twice. So
I've heard the 120 has some weird USB issues.
Yeah, one of these days, I think a 290 would be nice, or something like that. Let me.
I by day I do tech support on my automation software, so I encounter all the problems that people have. We have over 1,000 customers, and I see everything. And I will say, USB is the beast from hell. Everything about it is bad, and so don't go to Best Buy or Staples and buy a USB hub and put it in your observatory. That would be number one, because when it gets cold, it quits. You get unreliable stuff. That's for mice and keyboards and that kind of stuff, not cameras that are pumping data like crazy. And those hubs don't cut it. They say USB 3, but they have ceramic resonators on their oscillators, not quartz crystal, and they drift like hell, and you just run into trouble. So
unreliable.
Right.
Bob, the asteroid hunters are watching, and they said we wouldn't have our asteroid hunters sky survey without Bob Denny's software. Thank you.
Thank you. That's where I started, as you know, Scott, because my first public demo of asteroid hunting was in the Meade tent in RTMC in 1999.
Yeah, I was blown away.
with an 8-inch classic
How is
me.
he doing this?
Click, 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 click. Yep.
Yep.
I wanted
20
to say
minutes apart.
One other thing about this picture that came through is that I had a satellite go right through there. And it live stacked out in an hour. Actually, it didn't even take that long until it disappeared. I'm not pointing any fingers at anyone. I don't know whose it was. I'm going to stop sharing. Oh, and also, I apologize for the focus. I could say, the temperature's changed, but the temperature's changed since November, which was the last time I focused it.
Yeah, I was going to mention you might want to check that focus.
There's only so much time here, especially on the East Coast, between the day show and be ready for this. And
right.
Dinner took priority over focus tonight.
Astro Kitty has returned.
Yeah. Well, Guy, it was great to have you guys on, and I'm really looking forward to the December 21st event. I will then take a break, probably through until after New Year's, and then we'll be back on with shows and star parties. We have we'll be doing more Astronomical League shows, one each month is planned right now, which will be very cool. We may, with the Alliance of Historic Observatories, you may see more live tours through some of the big observatories, the historic observatories out there, like Lick Observatory and Lowell and some of these other, amazing, inspiring, temples of astronomy. So I really appreciate you guys coming on tonight. It was great, and I told Deepti in chat here I loaded APT on the telescope that's behind me, and I'm going to have her start studying how to use it. Once she has an idea of doing that, we'll have you log in on Zoom. You can practice controlling the scope, even here in my office, that works. And then we'll start doing some real astrophotography. It'll take a little while for you to understand how all those things work, but there's help here and help out there. So, okay, that's great. Thank you very much, and you guys have a great one, and we will see you all back. We'll see you on the daily shows that we do, and we will see you definitely on the 21st. So thank you very much, and have a good night. And as my old friend Jack Horkheimer used to say, keep looking up.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
Gotta love that.
Yeah, that's good.